Yo, what is going on, everybody? I am Alex Poucher. This is Alex Poucher Gaming. We are about to get started today. What is going on, YouTube chat? What is up, Spike Bark, Dark, Broad Cave, Alf in the Darkness? What is going on, guys? We are about to get started today. So I'm going to go ahead and log in game, make sure all the counters are reset from yesterday. Set that to 0. Set this one to 0. Set that to 0. 0. Alright, so we are good to get going today. Just make sure I have a hunting team on me. Alright, we are good to go. We are good to start hunting. So I am going to switch over to the Sweet Retreat. I invite anybody who is watching to come farm with me today. We are going to be hunting those gammas like we do every single day on the channel, guys. I hope you guys come and join me. Let's do an hour there. Oh, I'm feeling lucky. I usually never do the roaming boost, but do I do that? No, I don't think I'm going to do that. We'll just do gleaming boost. We'll just do the gleam boost today, boys. Alright. What else? I think we are good to go. Alright, we are officially farming, boys. And I say boys because there are no girls on the internet. We all know this already. So that was the very first encounter of the stream. This is number 2. I said number 2. So if you are just now tuning into the stream, we are just going live. This is only our second encounter. We are live for less than 5 minutes. So you are among one of the very first people to be part of my live stream today. And if you are one of the couple of viewers, then what is up to you? I hope you had a good night or a good day, wherever you're at in the world. I hope your day is going just fabulous. Hopefully, we have some more good luck like yesterday. Also, be sure to check out this channel's most recent video upload. I just uploaded a brand new video before I did this live stream, showcasing our second Gamma event Mochibi find, which is pretty lit. Man's just out here playing documentaries over hunting. I am not doing that right now, bro. I only put on like a documentary about... I only put on like a documentary or videos after I've been live streaming for a few hours and, you know, like I'm starting to get tunnel vision and just get tired. But right now, I am good. I got some coffee here. I am good to go. Yo, for a second I thought that Mochibi had no face. It loaded incorrectly, if you noticed. It looked very, very weird. But Pokemaster, if you can hear a documentary right now, then it's not coming from my computer, bro. It must be coming from yours. I am not playing a documentary right now. And usually I don't play documentaries, I play retrospectives. So be sure to check out our most recent upload. I just uploaded a brand new video. So be sure to check that video out. Thank you guys for being among some of the very first people to visit my live stream today. We just went live a few minutes ago. If you guys want to help out my extremely small little channel, the easiest way to do so is by liking this video. If this video gets 25,000 likes, me and Kanye West are going to do a cooking video together. Also, be sure to subscribe if you're so inclined to do so. We are on the road to 500 billion subs. Please help us reach that sub goal. Trying to hit it by the end of the month. Happy March, everybody. Today is the first day of March, I just realized. My birthday is this month. My birthday is this month, I just realized. I'm thinking about going on vacation for my birthday. I thought about that back in January. I was thinking about going to Cairo, Egypt. Or I was thinking about going to Dubai. Or, I also want to go to Tokyo to check out the new Super Mario World theme park. I don't know what I'll do this year. That new Super Mario World theme park, though, in Tokyo looks awesome. My RNG is cracked. I don't know, bro. Like, some days I feel like I have godly RNG, like nobody has better RNG than I do, and then some days I feel like the devs are personally fucking with me and not letting me catch anything. I have my good days and I have my bad days. But I agree, I have been having a lot of good days lately, minus a few days. There were a few days that I kind of rage quit for a while. The only thing that I do not really like about the Sweet Retreat is that you can't mount up, which really sucks. Like, I like to be on a mount when I'm hunting, but it's all good. I'm just nitpicking. Yo, what is up, Toxin? Welcome to the live stream, bro. I hope you had a good night, dude. Yo, Toxin, did you see that secret ability Gamma Protagon Rainbow Wisp that I caught last night? By the way, I have subbed to you for about a year. You changed the channel a lot. The only thing that I really changed about the channel is just the name. Is there anything else that you think has changed? And do you think they're good changes or bad changes, Ages? Is that a good thing or a bad thing, what you said? Yeah, my channel was originally called Loomian Legacy HQ, and it was named that because the entire focus of the channel was Loomian Legacy. I mean, that's like that was all the channel was intended for. But it's I just decided that in the future I want to play other games, and it didn't really make sense to play other games on a channel that was kind of themed towards a certain game, so I changed it to Alex Poucher Gaming just to make it more broad. You know what I mean? That way I wouldn't have to just be focused on Loomian Legacy if I didn't want to be. But thank you, though, Ages. Thank you for saying that the changes are better. I am trying to create a pretty good channel for you guys with some like daily uploads and streams and, you know, giveaways and, you know, that sort of thing. I don't know if you've noticed like the rate of uploads and everything, but I've become a lot more consistent over the last 2 months with the channel. I'm starting to get like a rhythm, like a daily rhythm. Like, wake up, do a stream, edit a video for the next day, do the thumbnail for the next day, wake up, then I already had the video done, upload the video, do a live stream, then repeat. But if you guys are just now tuning into the live stream, what is going on? I am Alex. My username is Alex_Poucher. If you want to come farm with me, we are currently Gamma hunting inside of the Sweet Retreat. We are after the elusive Gamma Valentines fan cub. We are also hunting Gamma events at the same time. And as always, we would love to see some Gamma roams. I've never encountered a Gamma roam before, so it would be nice. That's why you have good RNG. I don't think that has anything to do with the RNG. I don't think that's how RNG works. Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with my RNG. Unless you're saying that they're giving, like, the devs are purposely giving me high RNG because, like, I'm a streamer or something, but I don't think they do that. Unless you're, I know there's 2 people that they do that for. But I'm not going to start no drama. And you already probably know who I'm talking about. You named one of the two people I was talking about. The third guy I've never even heard of. I've never even heard of Russo. Who's that? I've never heard of Russo. Alright, later Aegis, bro. Have a good day, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Yo, Toxin, are we racing, bro? I don't see you inside the sweet retreat, bro. Did you give up? You can't hang no more, bro? Yeah, what's up, dude? Yeah, I am inside of the sweet retreat, and I am gamma farming. I did a lot of cake grinding last night. I got like 30 cakes or something like that. I'm guessing it's because there's a lot of other people probably streaming and it's Monday, so a lot of kids are in school. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Grouch? Welcome to the stream, bro. How's it going, dude? Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning into the live stream, we just went live not long ago. So thank you for being one of the first few people to the stream today. Much appreciated, fam. Yo, what's up, Saxon? What's up, dude? It's nighttime where you are. It's 1:30 in the afternoon where I am. I live inside of the United States, and like 90% of my stream viewers are also from the United States. But I do know I have some viewers from Taiwan, Malaysia, the Philippines. I know I have some viewers from that region. There's like 7%. But for the most part, all of my people are inside of the US. According to my YouTube stats, analytics. Yo, you got a fan club? Congratulations, bro. You're from the Caribbean? I would love to go to the Caribbean. I would love to visit the Caribbean. You are so lucky to live there, bro. You're at the Philippines? Yeah, I figured you were. Whenever you said it's nighttime. It's probably like midnight where you are, right? Or like 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:30 in the morning. I think the Philippines is 12 hours ahead of me. He ran from an essay, it's so over. Who ran from an essay? You found Alpha Mochibi? Congrats, bro. Awesome find, dude. Your crush is Obama? Right on, bro. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning into the live stream, we just uploaded a new video about 30 minutes ago to the channel showcasing our second event Gamma Mochibi find. And this time we got a different color variant Gamma as well. Be sure to check out that video if you want to. Also, if you want to help out our small little channel, the easiest way to do so is by liking this video. If this video gets 10,000 likes, me and Kanye West are going to shoot a music video together. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. We are on the road to 500 billion subs, and we're trying to reach the 500 billion sub mark by the end of the month, so please help us out with that. Also, be sure to join our Roblox group. We are giving away Robux this week, and we are uploading new clothing for your avatar with a Loomian Legacy theme to it. A bunch of our t-shirts have gammas and alpha gleams of your favorite Loomians for you to purchase. Also, join our Discord server. We're building a fun little community over there, and we got a nice little trade server. If you're so inclined to do so, but you don't have to do none of that stuff if you don't want to. But if you do any of that stuff, it is much appreciated. and I love you long time for it. Do I have Alpha Dobo? Yes. I have every alpha. Our Discord server, Grouch, can be found in the video description, and there's also a chat command, Discord. Saxon, at level 39, Moko learns Chili Chomp, and you can use that to finish it. Or at level 32, Mochibi learns Chili Chomp, and you can also use that. I actually do think there are some Kleptyke shirts in our store. I would have to double check. But if there isn't, I can add it. But I'm pretty sure there is. Also, our new merch is about to drop here in about a week and a half. We're going to have Gamma Gang hoodies for the ugly e-boys, and we're going to have Gamma Gang panties, bikini bottoms for the pretty e-girls. So be sure to watch out for that to drop right on top of you very soon. If we catch a Gamma by the time this boost token runs out, in 34 minutes, we are going to do an epic giveaway. I will be giving away some event gleams. Look, I will give all of these away. Check this out. Look at, these are all gleams. These are all gleams, boys. The Dobo. Let's see. Alpha Dobo. Or no, that's Kyogo. You mean this one? Is that Dobo? Yeah, that's Dobo. And here's a Pure Nimble Gamma event Mochibi yellow version. Here is a Pure Smart blue version Gamma event Mochibi. Oh, you said Dobo. I thought you said Drogo. My bad, bro. You said Dobo, but yeah, I got that also, right here. I had the baby version, but I traded it a couple days ago. But I have like 3 on a different account. Yeah, it looks just like Articuno. I think the alpha version of Infernix is super sexy. But the gamma version is so ugly. I think the gamma version of Infernix is so ugly. I don't know why, but compared to the alpha version, I think the alpha version should have been the gamma version. Because that gamma version, Infernix, I think is ugly. The gamma version should be yellow like Zapdos, since the alpha one is blue like Articuno. What is the best wisp for Gamma Infernix? Well, the most rare wisp would be the Rainbow Wisp, but it's really up to you, bro. I mean, probably like a matching wisp, but it's really your call. It's whatever you like. Copyright? No, a color cannot be copyrighted. How do you get a wisp bottle? You just buy one, bro. Any Lumi Center shop sells them. I think they're 20 Robux. They're not expensive. They're really cheap. Super cheap. Green screen. I do have a green screen, but it's not behind me right now. Why is your health bar gray? What do you mean? Your green screen is on? No, that has nothing to do with it, dude. If the colors look a little distorted, it might be because of the color settings on my monitor or the broadcasting software might be encoding it wrong. I don't know. Yo, that Guarm has SA, I believe. I'm gonna check. But I think that's SA. I'm gonna check the SA real fast for that. Yeah, I think it has SA. I think this is SA. Yep, it is. Sweet. Oh yeah. Pure smart essay. Let's go. Who else is in game with YouTube? What do you mean? I stream on YouTube while I play this game, if that's what you mean. But I'm also streaming on Twitch and Facebook Gaming. Can somebody please give me a Wisp bottle? Let me check if I have any left. I don't think I have any left, dude. You could probably find somebody with one in the trade resort, though. Alex, why did you unfriend me on Roblox? I was at the max limit of my friends, and I literally spent about 35 minutes removing every single friend I had, besides like 2 or 3 people that I recognized. But I cleared up my list because we're about to become partnered by YouTube. We are extremely close to becoming partnered by YouTube. It'll probably happen this week or next week that we get partnered. And whenever we get partnered, part of that is being able to have super chat, being able to open up channel memberships, and people that become channel members, part of that will be adding me as a friend in the process. So to get ready for that, I cleaned up my list a bit. If we were ever friends, then yeah, I probably deleted you to get ready for what's coming soon. But it's nothing personal. I'm just making space on my friends list. You can't become a channel member yet. We're not partnered by YouTube yet. But it'll happen very, very soon. I'm gonna make a video about it, and everything that you get. There will be like member only gamma giveaways, member only videos, member only a bunch of stuff, special Discord roles. There will be a whole bunch of stuff. Merch. There will be merch that you can win for free. A whole bunch of stuff. Malik, did we play Pokemon Brick Bronze together? Who else disliked? I have no idea. I can't see who dislikes. But it doesn't matter. Liking and unliking both puts us in the YouTube algorithm, so either one is actually pretty good to do. I didn't know that you were one of the people that I played Pokemon Brick Bronze with years ago. But send me a new friend request and I'll add you, dude. Saxton, How do you become... Is it like a paid thing? Yeah, it's a monthly paid membership. But I do not offer that yet. But I will be offering it soon. Probably within the next week, I hope. And I'm also starting a Patreon soon, also for my Loomian Legacy HD remake. If you've been following the thread on Reddit about it, my thread on Reddit got 500 upvotes when people saw my screenshots of what I've been building. Hang on one second. I don't really like this fucking dude in chat. Julio Mikado wrote us, "You can suck a big fucking dick and fuck off from my channel." Are the new Loomian good for PvP? I think the only Loomian that is good for PvP is Mochibi. I ran a lot of calculations, and the only one that is viable, that has a really good place in the current meta of PvP, is Mochibi. If you don't like the way I talk, Alvin, you can leave, dude. Yo, Malik, let me know what your name is on Roblox, and I'll accept your request. Oh, right on, bro. Yeah, whenever you update, join me in game and we can hunt together, like we used to do on Pokemon Brick Bronze. I just found a bunch of old videos I recorded. I found a video that I recorded the very day Pokemon Brick Bronze was released. Alex, you seem angry. Are you alright? I'm not angry, and yeah, I'm alright. Why do you think I sound angry? I'm not angry at all. I'm having a great day, actually. But yeah, Malik, like I was just saying, a couple days ago, I found videos of the day Pokemon Brick Bronze was released. The actual day it was released. I was like level 0. Oh, you're DJ King. Yeah, I know who you are. I didn't realize your name was Malik though. But yeah, I remember you, bro. Yo, what's up, Griffin? How's it going, bro? Welcome to the live stream, my dude. So if you're just now tuning in, I am Alex Poucher. This is Alex Poucher Gaming. If you want to help out my extremely small little channel, the easiest way to do so is to like this video and subscribe. But of course, you do not have to do that if you do not want to. We will be doing a Gleam giveaway here shortly. Also, if you want to join a pretty cool Loomian Legacy community with a cool trade server, you can join my Discord server. The link is in the description of this video, and there is a chat command Discord. If you want to come hunt some gammas with me, my name in game is Alex_Poucher. There's also a chat command IGN, and it's also spelled out in the description of this video. And thank you guys for being part of my day. Much appreciated, guys. I know there's probably a lot of people streaming right now, so thank you for taking part of your day to come hang out with me. It does mean a lot to me. There is a fan cub right there, and we are going to run from it because it's not gleaming or gamma. All we care about today are gammas, so we are going to run from everything that is not a gamma for the most part. Yo, did you guys notice that? The screen stayed black for like 5 seconds before that encounter happened. That was weird. Can I roast some people? It's gonna be fun. What do you mean? Roast who? And why? Why would I be mean to somebody for no reason? No thanks, dude. I don't like to be mean to people. I hope the next gym is soon too. Definitely. Or some sort. Well, the next thing is going to be the beach, so there will probably be some sort of gym. Because during Pokemon Brick Bronze, you remember the beach area? It also had a gym area inside of the same map. So I'm guessing there'll probably be a new gym with the beach update. And I bet the beach leads into a cave. And I bet the update after that is like a maze type cave system like there was in Pokemon Brick Bronze. You know, the area on Pokemon Brick Bronze where you could find Metagross? That cave system? I bet there's going to be something like that again. Yeah, where you met Tess. There are so many branching paths inside of that cave on Pokemon Brick Bronze. The very first time you went through it, it took you like a couple hours to get through it because there were so many different branching paths. And then those paths led to dead ends, and then you'd have to backtrack through the cave. Good times. I still have the videos and pictures of me being ranked for PvP #1 for Pokemon Brick Bronze. I can't wait for the ranks to come out for this game. That's like the one thing I want to be released for this game, is the ranks to work in PvP. That's the one thing I want, is for ranks to work. I guarantee I'm going to be on top like I was in Pokemon Brick Bronze. Oh, Malik, you're in my game now? Are you on the DJ name? Oh yeah, you are DJ King. Yeah, so DJ, since you and I played Pokemon Brick Bronze together, if you bought any of the game passes during Pokemon Brick Bronze like I did, you should get all of them for free when you start playing this game. Also, during Pokemon Brick Bronze, there was a town where you could buy some hoverboards, and you could also buy Ash Greninja. Anybody who bought Ash Greninja is getting an exclusive Loomian for free as repayment, Lando said. I bet that update comes out soon also. Yo, what's up, Yellow Dino? If you want to give me some cakes, sure, I'll take them. Oh, you didn't buy anything then? Oh, that sucks, bro. Since we played Pokemon Brick Bronze together, Malik, like if you need anything in this game, bro, just let me know. And if I can, I'll hook you up. Since you are an OG PBB player. I really, one of the things I miss the most about Pokemon Brick Bronze is the community. The Pokemon Brick Bronze community was so welcoming and so nice. And it was such a good place to be. And the Loomian Legacy community is just the fucking opposite. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning into the live stream and you want to help my small little channel, the easiest way to do so is like the video and subscribe. But if you don't want to do any of that stuff, then you don't have to. But it is appreciated. You can also join my Discord server. I also have a Roblox group with Loomian Legacy styled t-shirts featuring your favorite Gamma Gleams and Alpha Gleam Loomians. We're also doing a Robux giveaway this week on our Roblox group. So if you want to enter yourself to win some free Robux or some free Loomian Legacy game passes, then be sure to join our Roblox group. We also have some Gamma Gang merch about to drop soon. I just seen the designs for them this morning and they are pretty freaking dope. Not even gonna lie. I'll be giving away some Gamma Gang merch whenever I get the first order in. I'll be doing a giveaway, giving away like 3 hoodies and like 5 t-shirts. Also, if any of you guys play Pokemon, the trading card game, I have about 1,100 booster packs to give away at some point. I have them sitting right next to me. I'm still figuring a way to give those away to you guys. No, the Fan Cub encounter is still 1 in 100. To enter the Roblox one, you just make sure that you are joined. You joined our Roblox group. The link is in the video description. And the Pokemon one, I have not decided how we're going to do that giveaway yet. But when I figure it out here in a couple days or sooner, I'll let you guys know. You found fan cubs back to back. Right on, bro. Congratulations, dude. I always get hyped when I have an awesome back-to-back encounter. I think I've had like 4 of them. 4 back-to-backs that are worth talking about. I think it was 3 or 4 days ago on stream, I had a Gamma Gleam Geklo followed by an Alpha Gleam Event Fan Cub, which is pretty dope. Super hyped about that back-to-back. Yeah, we will be doing a Gleam giveaway here in about 2 minutes. But since we didn't catch any Gammas this hour, I'm only going to give away 1 Alpha Gleam. I was going to give away like 5 Event Gleams if we caught a Gamma, but we never caught a Gamma, so that will not happen. Everyone you meet has a Gamma already? Well, yeah, the game's been out for a long time now. I mean, and it's not really hard to catch a Gamma. The chances are only 1 in 640 for normal Gammas. The route rares have a little bit higher odds. But for the most part, it's 1 in 640, and that's with Game Pass and Boost. And that's not very hard to get at all. I usually average 2 or 3 Gammas a day. Alright, so I'm going to go to the trade resort and do a giveaway real fast. Alright, give me 1 second to log into Nightbot. Alright guys, if you want to win a Alpha Gleam, a free Alpha Gleam, you need to type the word Gleam into chat and that will enter you into the giveaway. I'll wait about a minute so you guys have a chance to join. But if you want a chance to win a free Gleam, you need to type the word Gleam into chat. You don't have to spam, just type it once. Alright, I think that's been enough time. Alright, can I get a drum roll, please? And the winner is... Malik Floyd Atkins. Congratulations. You have won a free Alpha Gleam. Yo, Malik, if you can hear me, bro. Pick one of these. Which one do you want, dude? Which one do you want, bro? You can have your choice. Which one would you like, bro? Tell me the one you want and you can have it. He said any? Oh, okay, I see it now. Alright, give you any of them. Gexplode is cool, bro. I evolved that up a little bit. That'll turn into Eruptidon. That's a cool one. And it's pure nimble. And it's pure nimble, bro. That's a level 35. Pure nimble Alpha Gleam Gexplode. In 5 levels, it will evolve into Eruptidon. You are welcome, my dude. Enjoy it, bro. Alright, I'm gonna go back and do some more farming. And if we catch a Gamma, we will do an epic giveaway. An epic one. So cross your fingers. Yo, what is going on? Am I the only one that can hear that? I can like hear people talking, like voice chat. When is the giveaway? You just missed it. We just did it. But if I catch a gamma within the next 27 minutes, there will be another one. Should use a very brawny and sluggish Cupcoink. I don't really think Hoganish or Cupcoink is good in PvP. I think there is a lot of stuff that outclass it. So personally, I wouldn't use it at all in PvP. I think the only new Loomian that has a place in the current PvP meta is Mochibi. I ran a lot of calculations with all of the new Loomians, and Mochibi, its final evolve form, Moko, it's the only one that I can see that has a good, viable spot in the current meta. And I might try to find a way to work it on my team. Or at least have it there for a backup. None of these people that are standing here are farming. They're just standing here watching me farm. How weird is that? You need to finish school? Like, what do you mean? You dropped out of school and you want to go back to graduate, or what do you mean? Alright, man. Have a good day, dude. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Yeah, I might, bro. I might turn on my webcam, my face cam here in a minute, maybe. Yo, what's up, dude? Welcome back to the stream, bro. How have you been? I hope you've been pretty good, dude. I've been pretty good. Yeah, I am gamma hunting. There is a new event out. It's the Sweet Retreat update, part 2 of the Valentines update, and I'm just trying to hunt for some gamma event Loomians. Yeah. Yo, let's go, yo. Let's go. Another event gleam, yo. Let's go, yo. It took 250 encounters to get one fucking alpha gleam. Wow. Let's go, though. Go to sleep. Take a nap. You are my new pet, yo. You are mine. Get inside of that disc. Hey, what are you doing? Get back in there, bro. Get back in there, bro. You are mine. Imagine it be pure smart. Imagine it's pure smart. Imagine it's pure smart. It's pure smart. Let's go, yo. Bullshit ability, though. Lucky. That's the worst ability. But hey, it's still a event gleam. Another one, guys. We have, let's see here. Here is Event Gamma Pure Nimble, yellow version. Event Gamma purple version, Pure Smart. And then down here we have like almost a whole box of event gleams. These are all gleams. Let's go. Let's go, bro. I like it. I like it a lot. Now, if we can just get a couple more gammas by the time I end the stream, that would be nice. If not, I'll just have to get them on a different account. Doesn't really make me any difference which account I get them on, or if I get it on stream or off of stream, but I will get them. Guaranteed. Haters gonna hate, bro. Imagine being a hater in 2021. Hey, is that coffee done? I will be right back, guys. Yo, let's go! Another alpha event gleam. Yo, let's go. 25 encounters since our last one. Sweet. Let's go, yo. Love to see it. Love to see it. Go to sleep, ho. He won't get out this time. Oh, man. You gonna kick me, bro? You gonna kick me? You can't kick a ghost, bro. Pure smart. Let's go. Is it Sugar Rush? No, it's fucking lucky. But hey, it's good UPs though. Good UPs on that one. We have so many gleams now. Oh my god. Was that back to back to back? Was that 3 back to backs to back? It was damn close. Holy shit. Inocular. Thank you, bro. You too. If you're hunting today, good luck, bro. I hope you find something good, dude. Yes, Skyward Sword is getting an HD remake. I might have to go back and play that.
Darknut fights.
2008 would come along and, despite not much news as far as runs go, many tricks would be discovered and more people would show interest in Minish Cap. Some people who contributed to finding these strats include the likes of Pika, Greenalink, ZFG, Mr. Grunts, Samoth, Tompa, and many more. ZFG would also write the first public route, which many, if not all, of the later routes were based off of. By 2009, many of the big time saves we see today had been discovered, and people were eager to see another completed run. Some runners were even convinced that a sub 2 hour run was possible, however this wouldn't happen for another 5 years. Near the end of the decade, a new runner by the name of SD2 had just completed a single segment run of Mario Tennis Power Tour and started working on the Minish Cap. He would have his own segmented test route done with a final time of around 2 hours, 30 minutes, and 10 seconds. This was not recorded however, but it showed that TSA's time had been obsoleted by all the new discoveries and it was time for a new run to arise.
SD2 would complete what would be the first single segment run in April of the following year, and knocked the current record time down by over half an hour to a 2:16:21. He submitted the final product to SDA for verification, but despite being a vast improvement to the current record and all the verifiers accepting the run as a high-quality, legitimate video, SD2 was generally unimpressed with how he performed, calling his own run sloppy and vowing to improve his time significantly. So he decided to have the moderators reject his run. A man of his word, 2 months later, SD2 would complete a second recorded run with a time of 2:13:19 on June 24, 2010. A very clean run to say the least, and new strats were implemented to save more time. Many of SD2's early game improvements came from significantly better researched overworld movement, as well as a better rupee route, and no more cuckoos. He would also take up some of Greenalink strats by incorporating more than just the sword to kill enemies. SD2 would also use Death Warps, something intriguingly missing from TSA's run. Temple of Droplets would have the first Ocarina glitch, skipping the boss key, and then another Ocarina glitch later to skip major parts of the dungeon. SD2 also gets the elusive Zero Ink in the boss fight. With a few more Ocarina glitches, the entirety of Royal Crypt, Vale Falls, and Cloud Tops were skipped. The Dark Hyrule Castle route also got a huge revamp thanks to the Ocarina glitch, and SD2 would end his run with a clean boss fight. With the promise to never do a single segment run again until Flipper Skip was discovered, SD2 would take his leave of runs, for now at least.
2010 was a big year for tasks. There were 2 completed runs that seemed to have come out of nowhere. The first task came in early 2010 on the Japanese video sharing site Nico Video. This run did not use the newly found Ocarina glitch and finished with a time of 2 hours, 21 minutes, and 28 seconds. Details of this run are scarce, mainly due to the language barrier and poor record keeping. Despite being a mostly glitchless run and the linear nature of this game, the task did bring about some new strats in certain fights, some that we still use to this day. Another run also suddenly appeared around the same time that SD2 was working on his 213. Black2294 uploaded a task to YouTube with a final time of 2:06. This run went relatively under the radar and not much information was known about the runner. This run was interesting in the sense that it opted to do its own route for the most part. After getting in contact with the author, he said that, using only the glitches and skips known at the time, he made the route without any other resources. Despite the author saying that it was bad and he only did it for fun, this run would actually prove to have an important impact. 2010 also marked the start of Tompa creating his first Minish Cap task. Tompa, well known for his frame eye and insane dedication to optimization, would start tearing the game apart, finding his own new tricks along the way.
But a lot of people started working on the Minish Cap tasks, but no one finished that one. And that bothered me, because I wanted to see a full task of the game. So I pretty much ended up doing it myself. Yeah, one of the reasons I wanted to make this task in the first place was because of the flute glitch found at Pika. And Ocarina glitch, or flute, whatever. Because that one was a big glitch for the game that skipped a lot part of the later game. And some people had done runs of it, like SD2, but there wasn't a task showing them. And I kind of felt like this needs to be shown because it's a great game and it needs a good task, like a full task of it.
Thanks to quick work, help from the tasking community, and referencing Black's task from earlier, Tompa was able to finish out his run in only 10 months with a final time of 1 hour, 48 minutes, and 9 seconds in task timing, and a little over 270,000 re-records, which, even for a movie of this length, is considered a lot. For comparison, the Yoshi's Island task released in the same year had around 176,000 re-records. Although the amount of re-records doesn't necessarily mean the run is better, in this case, it definitely was well optimized, and the run got overwhelming feedback from everyone who watched it. It was also around this time, however, that TSA, the original record holder, had all of his Zelda runs removed from SDA, since it had turned out that many of his runs were cheated. Although his Minish Cap run wasn't confirmed to be cheated, it was still removed on principle.
Minish Cap would debut in Summer Games Done Quick 2011. This run was an important part of GDQ history, as it gave birth to the Rain Rule, named after the runner of Minish Cap that year. The Rain Rule states, practice your entire game, because the final stage, dungeon, or area is just as important as the others. In short, the runner didn't know the route for the final dungeon, so with the help of one reset and 2 game overs, the entire dungeon took just over an hour to complete, leading to a final time of 3:21:27. In comparison, the record at the time took less than 20 minutes for the entire dungeon. Minish Cap would start picking up again in 2012. With Speedruns Live being introduced a little over a year earlier, it was bound to happen that people would start racing it. SD2 was an avid racer, and although he focused on many other games besides TMC, he would still wipe the boards whenever he raced. He only ever lost one race. On a fateful November day in 2012, he would race for the very first time a runner from the Netherlands by the name of MB Rules. MB Rules only started a couple of months earlier. He started out with the first PB of 2:42, but less than 2 months later he held the record. Unfortunately, due to poor documentation, there is no video and the final time is unknown. MB was seriously putting effort into the game and he would start improving at unmatched speeds. Summer would pass and MB kept showing domination in both races and runs. He would be the first person ever to get the fire element with a sub 40-minute time, a time other runners couldn't even dream of. November came around, and at this point in time, SD2 was undefeated in races. MB's results weren't anything to laugh at either. By the time autumn rolled around, he was consistently placing high in every race. SD2 and MB would meet head-to-head in a race featuring Zalo Ray, the man who made the first tutorial. Not only would MB best SD2 in this race, he also managed to get a new record. SD2 is ready for a retaliation and spent the next few weeks working on the game seriously once again. Not 3 weeks later, he would be able to cut MB's time by 50 seconds, finishing out with the 2:09:07 on November 22nd, 2012.
Done. 2:09:07. Wow. I saved time on that split. Are you kidding?
SD2's 209 had a number of improvements over his old 213. First of all, save warping was introduced as the community moved away from SDA's rule set, so SD2's promise of never doing a single segment run still stands. Other than the save warps and better execution, there were a lot of new straps brought to make some problematic fights more consistent, such as the spiny choo-choo fight in Cave of Flames. A new, more complex ocarina glitch was discovered that led to a sequence break during the book quest and saved a bunch of time. There was also a completely revamped Dark Hyrule Castle route thanks to new ocarina glitches and save warps, allowing SD2 to get a different set of keys to get the big key. He also got a 1-ink octo. After this run, SD2 disappeared and was never heard from again. With his final 209, SD2 would bow out from Minish Cap.
Despite the community losing a prominent runner, TMC actually started picking up steam. MB would steal the record, in another race nonetheless, with a 2:08:15 right at the end of December. Although there weren't many route improvements in the short time from SD2's run, MB did get a lucky Kinstone drop which let him save around 30 seconds, as well as the elusive 0-ink octo, solidifying his time. There's one fact that we've glazed over to this point. The year was 2013, and just to compare, the Ocarina of Time community had generally switched over to the Japanese version about 2 years prior. However, every single record run up to this point had been played on the North American version. Why? Well, in TSA's case, seeing as he had all 3 versions, it was either up to preference, or he didn't bother timing the text. Do keep in mind, in 2005, people didn't generally bother timing things like text, and SDA prioritized the high quality gameplay over trivial time saves, so TSA gets a buy on this one. SD2 actually had ordered a Japanese cartridge and got it sometime in December of 2012, but then he suddenly stopped playing. MB is a different case. Seeing as he was playing on emulator at the time, he could easily choose whichever version he wanted. So why? Many runners would start switching over to Japanese, but MB stuck to his guns. I didn't have a good reason to not switch early, to be honest. Everybody played on English at the time, and I didn't really care about switching myself, so I just continued doing runs on English until I had to switch.
Before we continue, let's talk a little bit about a few aspects that could use a little explaining. Minish Cap does have a lot of randomness to it, especially in enemy movements and patterns. However, most of it is reactable, so runners generally don't lose a lot of time to that. The 3 Vadi fights, although difficult, are good examples of reactable RNG. However, the boss of Temple of Droplets, Big Octo, has the possibility of doing an attack that blacks out the screen with ink in which you cannot damage him, which wastes around 30 seconds. Octo can realistically do this attack up to 2 times in a run, meaning there's a possibility of up to a minute of time loss that's completely unavoidable. Big Octo is generally seen as a runner's least favorite boss to fight. Runners will generally keep in mind their number of ink cycles, as well as their final time to accurately represent their runs.
Yes! Fucking yes, 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 fuck yes, 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 yes!
On August 8, 2013, MB would be able to lower his time once again by over 2 minutes to a 2:05:42.
Okay. Nice. I'm extremely happy with this time. Holy fuck. Yes, dude, finally. It's been 7 months. Holy shit. Oh my god.
This run had a decent start time, but the endgame is where MB was really able to shine. With improved fights and execution, as well as only missing 3 Ocarina glitches in the entire run, MB was able to pull ahead at the end, despite a 2 Ink Octo and a rather poor Vadi 3. While that was going on, more and more people were stopping races to the first element in favor of doing full game runs and races, and the leaderboard was starting to get populated. When MB got his 205, the closest contender was the now retired SD2 with his old 209. With the new runners, however, one of them would start dedicating himself to the game. He would spend time finding new strats, comparing himself to the record run, practicing each segment until it was perfect and pouring hours into the runs and races of the game. By the time September rolled around, Atroz would hold a 207.12, with no intention of slowing down. MB was still improving though, and motivation seemed to come back with someone hot on his tail. 2 days after Atroz got a new PB of 206 and was trying to close the gap, MB would set another record of 205.06. Not a huge improvement, however, he had a bad 50-second time loss in the 5th dungeon, but he did get the elusive 0 ink. Atroz kept up the hard work, and in early December, he would have a finished run of 205.30, only 24 seconds behind the record, which was the closest anyone had gotten all that year. MB, only 4 days later, would lower his time down to a 204.16, seemingly safe from Atroz's grasp.
Got him. Alright. Well, you guys can go for Cell 204 next time.
He just seemed to push it further and further away. And so he seemed to be able to, whenever he wanted to, just hop on the game and get a world record like it was nothing. Just improve his time like it was absolutely nothing. So he was just one of those people that every time I saw him play the game, I was like, man, he's just so much better at this game than I am. He was the person to beat at the time. I never ever considered myself to be better than him, even when I had the world record.
However, Atroz kept pushing, and on December 12th, 3 days after MB's new record, he would hold the record for the first time with a final time of 203.30. Unfortunately, this VOD no longer exists.
Anyways, MB would be back, and on December 21st, he would set a time of 2:02:59.
Oh my god, I still got it. Yes! Yes! Dude, oh my god, yes. That was so fucking close.
And 2013 would come to a close. For a year without any big discoveries, dropping the record by almost 6 minutes was an amazing feat. Atroz wasn't close to done yet. After more practice, research, and strat finding, he was able to push the time down a little further on the 12th of January with a run of 2:02:11.
World fucking record. There we go. Yes!
I would just load up an area that I felt like I just didn't like how it went. Like I felt like it was kind of clunky and it could be more streamlined. So I'd just load up an area and just kind of do random things. My favorite thing to do in any video game for a speedrun is just load up boss fights and just fight the boss thousands of times over again.
Atroz really had the run of his life, especially in the early game, where he would beat out MB's best fire element split by 1 second and his own best boot split by almost 30 seconds. A 0 Incocto, a clean Palace of Winds, and a decent body fight were able to nail him the record. Atroz would be the first of the good runners to officially make the switch to Japanese and go after the long sought after sub 2 hour time. Atroz, trying to keep the playing field balanced, wanted to compare himself to what the best player at the time was using, so he only made the switch to Japanese once he felt he established himself as a top runner. He was actually able to best his own time, however, he felt that until the Japanese version became standardized, he would not submit his times to the leaderboards. MB at the time had taken an extended break. He wasn't one to gain motivation for the game easily, and despite losing his record, he wasn't ready to jump back into it. Eventually, the time came and his break would end. On his second run back, MB would finish a run in April, beating Atroz's best time on the leaderboards with a 2:01:30.
Yes! Oh my fucking hell. Oh my fucking... Yes!
MB's 2:01 was definitely a good run. On a side-by-side comparison, Atroz had a better early game, but MB would catch up in Temple of Droplets and Palace of Winds. They were actually tied when beating the 5th dungeon, and MB barely ahead entering the final boss. However, with a better body fight, MB would pull ahead by over 40 seconds. With that run coming to an end, he mentioned that he'd never thought he would ever get a time this low, and suddenly was motivated to go for the sub 2:01 on English, which would eventually come in May. MB even said it himself, his early game wasn't that great in his 2:01, so he had to make sure to save a lot of time in this run, which he did, and was over a minute ahead entering Temple of Droplets. A 1 Ink Octo lost him a bit of time, but he recovered more than his fair share in Palace of Winds. Unfortunately, a few big mistakes cost MB the sub 2, but a new record by nearly a minute is nothing to be sad about. Atroz at this point in time was starting to burn out. He had been playing Minish Cap for what felt like every day for months now, and just seemed to need a break. Sub 2 was within reach of the both of them, but with Atroz burnt out and MB wanting to focus a bit more on 100%, there would be yet another lull for TMC records, but that didn't last very long.
Atroz and MB's downfall would be the fact that they were both still using the North American version of the game, where a lot of other people had already switched over, giving some players who may not normally have been a contender a chance. And that chance came to a Link to the Past runner by the name of Chaos Knight 373. CK, who had done one run and seemingly quit in October 2013, had picked up the game again in February 2014, and started seeing consistent improvement over the next few months. CK definitely showed a love for the game, remaking a complete tutorial, making in-depth guides on mechanics, and finding new strats in the run. Chaos Knight was able to beat MB's time, using the Japanese version on June 27th.
No freaking way! No way! Oh my god, no way! Oh my god, no effing way, man! Oh my god! Oh, I sniped him so...
Technically speaking, the execution of this run wasn't as good since the Japanese version does save well over 2 minutes. CK had a good early game, especially in Cave of Flames, and despite a 1 Ink Octo, his Palace of Winds would help him pull ahead from his PB and solidify his time. On the final hit, he pushed ahead of MB by 9 seconds. Now, I'm definitely not trying to talk down CK's time. His run was exceptional, and the time he got was a feat in itself, but it still left a bad taste in some people's mouth that a Japanese run only beat the record purely because of text differences. CK even admitted that himself, that his run wasn't the best, only the fastest.
I agree with him, and that's what made it even worse, is I agreed with his point of view, and I even told him I was in the wrong for not switching to the Japanese version. It's just, I fought to get towards MB's time for so long that I didn't want to beat him by using the faster version. So when I got the 2:03:30, it was on English, the English version, because that's what MB was using. It was me being stubborn, that's all it was. I just don't like the idea of beating somebody who I think is better than me just because I used a version of the game that's faster, even though the whole point of speedrunning is to use like the faster version and try to, shave off as many seconds as possible. It was just me being stubborn.
4 days later, MB would bust out of the woodworks and infamously switch to the Japanese version to get the prolific sub-2-hour time. On July 1st, 2014, MB would finish a run in 1:59.49.
It has been done. Oh my fucking god, that fucking clutch in the end, dude. Finally getting that sub 2. Jesus.
The time that's been sought after since before SD2's era had finally been achieved. MB would call this run shitty, blaming the bulk of what happened on stupid mistakes, but he still had more than enough skill to easily cut the 2-hour mark using the Japanese version. Unfortunately, trouble was brewing behind the scene. The TMC community had done some testing and realized that the emulator does in fact save significantly more time than they originally thought. It was a hard decision, but the moderation team came to the decision to unlist all of the emulator runs on the leaderboard. This, obviously, had a few side effects. First of all, there were some members of the community that felt strongly about the decision to the point that they dropped the game and left the community. Most notably, Chaos Knight, who ended up taking an extended break from streaming altogether because of it. The other big side effect is that, since MB, Atroz, and CK all ran on emulator, none of their record runs were technically valid anymore. So congratulations to WinMask, you technically have the record with the 208.41.
Yeah, split. Thanks, Atroz. That was a really terrible third cycle, though.
As far as the other runners go, there were two trains of thoughts. Some people didn't mind the emulator ban and would keep running on emulator regardless, and some people would spend the money to get a Game Boy player and Japanese TMC cartridge. Both MB and Atroz would switch to console, so who would be the first one to get the record back? Introducing Toad's. At the time of the emulator ban, he was a top 5 runner. There was definitely a power gap between Toads and the top 3, but he still had his merits. Toads had intended to run on console for a while now, so even before the emulator debate was happening, he already had a Japanese cartridge on the way. He was able to get an easy record with a 2:03.02.
Whatever. Barely not sub 203.
2 days later, he would lower it to a 2:01.25.
Ugh. Whatever. At least it's 201. That's still something. Oh my god, I hate this fight so much.
Toads would later describe this period of time as having fun with the game, whatever that means, so he was happy to put the time into runs. They say idle hands are the devil's playthings. MB, with a Japanese cartridge of his own on the way, couldn't do much other than practice, so he turned to glitch hunting. He was testing some of the older glitches out to see if anything new could come of them, when he would investigate the portal items glitch found by Mr. Gruns back in 2008.
Sure, in Fortress of Winds, the third dungeon, MB rules back then found the boss key skip, which is done by using a glitch called portal items. Basically you just use the moments on the portal, which pushes you back a little bit, and then if you jump off the portal, you are a little bit inside the wall, but you don't quite make it up there. But with the help of a bomb boost, you get pushed up the wall so that you can walk on the wall and skip the boss key that way.
MB found that this European-only glitch that was seemingly useless could be combined with the well-timed bomb explosion to push Link just a tiny bit further, which would eventually lead to the Fortress of Winds big key skip. A skip that saves over 3 minutes on a version that loses about 2 minutes to text. MB was pretty excited for this, being a big advocate of the European version. Unfortunately, about 6 hours later, he learned that the trick is, in fact, possible on the Japanese version. With a new skip found, an important question was asked to Tampa. New task 1. Although Tampa originally had no intentions of focusing on TMC again, he would convince me to start the project myself, which he would later join in on. This was the start of a 2-year journey of creating a new task for the Minish Cap. Anyways, Toads was able to get himself a time of 2 hours and 23 seconds with the new skip, a run that was, in a word, bad. The next day, 1:59.35. In 2 words, pretty bad. Toads would keep pushing, but he gave himself a personal goal of a 1:56 as a final time. The next day, 1:58.05. 2 days later, 1:56.54. Toads was on a rampage with a new goal of 1:55. The very next day, 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 17 seconds. This time, however, It was set by MB, who had recently got his Japanese cartridge in the mail. Toads was good, yes, but not unstoppable. Yet, anyways. Unfortunately for Toads, he would lose internet for over a month during September and October and wouldn't be able to stream. MB, without the competition, would stop any percent runs in order to focus on 100%. AGDQ 2015 had accepted Minish Cap into the marathon to be run by Chaos Knight. However, he had left the community with no serious intention of coming back. The backup runner was someone who didn't have nearly as much experience in the game, so Troz would force himself out of hiding to buckle down and practice. The backup runner ended up dropping out for Troz to take the stage and represent the game. The quality of the run and commentary was great, however, there were a few major mistakes which made Troz not too happy with the run. It was, however, still an objectively fine run. If Troz wasn't done with the game back in January, he for sure was after AGDQ. He would quit TMC for good, and, for quite a long time, disappeared from Twitch altogether.
Wow. Holy crap.
Toads, throughout the rest of 2014 and 2015, would keep steadily dropping the record down, only taking breaks to focus either on 100% or on 4 Swords Adventures. Although no big discoveries were found, there were starting to be more and more consistently fast route changes and strats implemented into the run. The most noteworthy of strats include an RNG manipulation for the Triple Darknet fight. On September 27, 2015, Toads would achieve a run with a final time of 1 hour, 52 minutes, and 52 seconds, the first run that he would feel satisfied with.
It's still a 52, but that was bullshit. I call bullshit on that. What the fuck? I still got a 52. Oh my god, I'm happy with that.
No one was all that close to Toads, and the game seemed to slow down a little bit. The task was still in the works, but nowhere near done. Months would pass when a new runner to the game, Blue Infinity 22, would propose to host a Minish Cap tournament for the summer of 2016. This would spark interest in many runners, old and new alike. This would bring a lot of old runners out of retirement, including Toads, MB, Kitty, Wilzo, Quo, PPL Toast, Windmask, and Isual, all people who, at one point or another, were top 5 runners. The tournament attracted a total of 26 entrants, which was a bit of a surprise, as at the time there were very few active runners. Everyone seemed excited. People started practicing and streaming again.
Back to back, yo.
Many
Let's
people thought
go.
Toads would end up on top, while a select few voted for MB, and one lonely lad voted for Isual. The only constant was that across the boards, Quo was seeded 3rd to win for some odd reason. Right before the start of the tournament, Tompa, still working hard on the task, found a new glitch in the 5th dungeon. By playing the ocarina framed perfectly as an enemy dies and a cutscene starts, he would activate the ocarina glitch. This trick would cost very little time to go for. However, due to the fact that there was no consistent setup and you only have one shot at the frame perfect glitch, an RTA setup was near impossible. As the tournament started, there was a lot of excitement for it. With so many high-level runners back and practicing, no one seemed to be safe. If you didn't practice, you were gone round 2. Isual. There were upsets, PBs left and right, races that came down to the wire, and a few daredevils who would go for the new Ocarina glitch in Palace of Winds. However, in the end, the tournament was unbalanced. Only 3 people finished some races with a time of 1:57, which would be Quo, Kitty, and Wilzo. Toads and MB, however, would not have a single time worse than 1:56. They would both tear through the bracket and meet in finals. Before we get there though, round 3 set up MB, seed 2, versus Wilzo, seed 7. MB was on a decent run, about a minute ahead of his old 1:56 from 2 years prior, entering the Temple of Droplets. Through good luck and execution,
Let's go,
he managed to
yo.
get a 0 ink octo.
3 in a row.
2 minutes ahead. With the help of Palace of Winds Ocarina glitch, he was over 3 minutes ahead. He would end up being over 3.5 minutes ahead entering the final boss, which, for a time that was less than 3.5 minutes behind the record, was amazing to say the least. Unfortunately, due to the bad Darknut fight in Avadi 3, he would end up losing his pace. There wasn't a doubt in anyone's mind that MB was, after all these years, still a god at this game. The finals were, unsurprisingly, Toads versus MB. The race was incredibly neck and neck until MB was able to pull ahead after Octo, thanks to an ink phase, and kept that lead until a rather sour mistake in the last dungeon. On getting the big key, they were within frames of each other. However, MB would miss an important manipulation, and Toads would be able to seal the lead and ride it until the end of the game, sending MB to loser's bracket. MB would race Kitty, the 5th seed runner who was having a nice time dominating the loser's bracket, but MB would seal his fate and climb back up to meet Toads in grand finals. With a mix of Toads playing really well and MB having a few sloppy mistakes, by the end of the second dungeon, Toads would have an impressive 45-second lead. MB was not able to catch back up. Toads won, cementing himself as the best player in the world once again.
Ooh, what I remember most about it was that Blue did it, and it was actually quite well done. It was his first tournament that he ever made, or organized rather, and it was very well organized. People had a lot of time for it to prepare. We had a lot of new runners coming in because of it, and the tournament itself was just really fun. We had Fiesel for the restream. We had a lot of commentators. Everyone was really enthusiastic and did a lot of research on the run about the lore, about the tricks, and everything just worked out really well. It was a lot of fun.
As the tournament came to a close, Tompo and I finished the tasks, and with the help of Toads' commentary, released it to the public. This ended the 2-year-long journey with a time we were both happy with, and a whopping 578,989 re-records. For comparison, the most recent Super Mario Sunshine task had 116,660 re-records. The new task also brought about a number of new improvements that RTA runners would integrate into their runs, such as more optimized boots usage and a few new different strats for some rooms and fights. Minish Cap would be submitted and accepted into a Games Done Quick for a 3rd time by the hands of DBX, who was notoriously missing from the tournament. DBX was better known for his proficiency in many other games. He had held the record in Super Castlevania 4 for the SNES and Cave Story for PC, and also had top times in other games such as Super Metroid and Ori and the Blind Forest. DBX had only recently picked up Minish Cap at the end of 2015, and, within 2 months, would be less than 5 minutes behind Toads before promptly taking a break from the game. Despite not entering it, he would be brought back to the game by the tournament, and he would start seriously working on lowering his time. By the time November rolled around, the record would be beaten. By Toads though, he still played the game sometimes, and finally beat out his 1.5-year-old record.
The biggest contributor to the run was the Zero Ink Octo. However, this was also the first record run to use the new strats brought about by the task. Most notably, a mechanic called bow canceling, a few new route changes such as where to get water for the book quest, and a much more optimized Palace of Winds. He did, however, miss the cutscene ocarina glitch. However, DBX wasn't too far behind and wanted that gap closed before AGDQ hit. He had a goal of 151. By the end of December, he was less than 10 seconds behind Toads. On January 2nd, 2017, he was able to smash the record by over 40 seconds, right in time for AGDQ. After running the game for only a year, he managed to pull off a record run, which is not something you see very often anymore. DBX's record run has a fairly mediocre start, but he was able to get a very nice Temple of Droplet split thanks to his Zero Ink Octo, and he was able to keep that lead until the end of the game. With a mix of good luck on the bosses, skill, and no major mistakes, DBX would finish with a final time of 151.38. At AGDQ, DBX was able to deliver a phenomenal run in 154 with great commentary, a run that even DBX himself would describe as much better than he expected. In the past 2 years, there have been many advancements in Minish Cap, not only in the sense of big glitches, but also RNG manipulations and small time saves. Out of all the GDQ runs, this one was by far the best received.
It was only a week or so later, on January 19th, that Toads had a run that was, as the kids say, nothing special. It was actually his first stream back in a while, so the rest was expected, yet he had a decent enough pace entering the final boss. Somehow, Toads managed to beat Vati2 in 3 cycles, something that baffled all the runners of the game, and thanks to that 30-second time save, he would snag the record back from DBX with a time of 151.17.
I thought I missed. Ah! Whoa!
Fire Turtle, another prominent runner, would be the one to find how to reproduce the 3-cycle fight, and PPL Toast would find a consistent way to beat the boss this way. Suddenly, everyone had a free 30-second time save. DBX would go into hiding, mostly due to Breath of the Wild coming out, and Toads would go back to 100%, leaving any percent alone for a little while longer.
It wouldn't be until late April that Toads would pick up any percent again, and by the time May 9th rolled around, he had dropped the record by 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Nice. 146. The salty run back was a success. Yay.
Toads had found, in late April, a way to skip a significant portion of Palace of Winds by trying to light a door on fire. And Yadra, a Four Swords adventure tasser and runner, helped craft what would end up being the fabled flipper skip, something sought after since the days of SDA. With both tricks combined, saving well over 4 minutes, 2017 was looking good as far as Minish Cap was concerned. Coupled with flipper skip was another big skip that, thanks to flipper skip, was something possible in the game. By using cutscene ocarina glitch found by Tompa in 2016, you can use the same trick in a different section of Palace of Winds to get the ocarina glitch. This allows runners to travel across the dungeon to find a later key that we now skip with boss door clipping, and open a door that normally requires a key that needs the power bracelets to obtain. This would skip the power bracelets and save an additional 2 minutes in the run. However, attempting it in runs is extremely brutal, since missing it loses about 1.5 minutes, making it redundant if you get the setupless frame-perfect trick on your second try.
Around this time, Tompa also managed to prove that TSA's Minish Cap run from 2005 was in fact spliced. Another thing checked off the to-do list. This begs the question as to why did he splice a run with 2 ink even though he noted that it lost 1 minute, but that question remains unanswered.
Anyways, with the new skips, many runners were able to get easy PBs, and Toads lowered the record to a 146.29 in July.
Didn't screw up blue ball. It's... That was really close though, twice. Second blue ball and third when I almost screwed up.
With a few new improvements and a switch to the Wii U Virtual Console, which saves roughly 25 seconds, Toads was able to lower the record yet again in January 2018 to a 145.56. The run was incredibly different now that flipper skip and boss door clipping were integrated into it. Not only does Toads now skip large parts of Temple of Droplets and Palace of Winds, but many new manipulations were introduced into the run, including the blue rupee manip at the beginning and a green kinstone manipulation to be able to get the magic boomerang that is required for the boss door clip.
Then Toads come around and uses the stupid lamp, and then eventually the boomerang to find a way to skip them. It's like, I never get the boomerang, that's a useless item, I don't test that crap, and the lantern is also crap, so I never end up testing those things to skip the boomerang because it makes no sense to me. But that's the thing when speedrunning and passing, like you have to try these weird things that don't make sense, but they may end up doing something useful.
Toads, now once again satisfied, would take another break from any percent. Sometime early in 2018, a new poll was made, this time to unban emulators. Seeing as how they've been made more accurate across the years, and with the new Wii U version being released, emulator runs weren't seen nearly as poorly. There were still quite a few people who had been playing on emulator to the point where when it was allowed, 4 out of the top 10 runs were on emulator. This also invalidated Windmass run as a world record. Sorry, Windmass.
The ban back then was justified because emulators back then were a lot more inaccurate, and therefore there were a lot of time saves just strictly for emulator. Nowadays that we can run on Wii U, which have the same, or not the same, but similar time saves, we decided that emulator rules are also outdated since we do allow Wii U, and we should just unban them, which we did.
This opened the doors for the emulator runners to be able to grasp the record, and the first to do it would be Darky Squid. Darky Squid was an interesting case. He popped up seemingly out of nowhere one day with a time of 1:58 as his first run in June 2017, and it would take him less than 3 months to break into the top 3. On August 18th, 2018, Squid would be able to beat Toads by a hair, finishing with a time of 1:45.50. Squid's run brings about many new strats that had been found in recent months to optimize the run more. Squid is the type of player to not shy away from the hardest grass, even if they only save a second or two. This definitely paid off, and with the help of a Zero Ink Octo and a better Darknet manipulation, he would be able to pull ahead of Toads, if only for a short time. About 14 hours later, Toads would have completed an offline attempt of his own and restreamed it later that day. The difference, however, is that Toads would be the first to attempt and complete a run with Bracelet Skip. With the pressure on, Toads admitted that the ending was a little more sloppy than he hoped, but any finished run with Bracelet Skip is considered a victory. With a final time of 1 hour 44 minutes and 19 seconds, Toads buried Squid's dream and retook his claim to the throne.
And I did it! 20, please. It was actually 144.19 on my other splits, so I'm not sure which one is more accurate. I'll probably have to time it. Since it was actually only supposed to be a warm-up run to get back into Minish Cap again, I went for Bracelet Skip, which is usually not something you do for RTA. Bracelet Skip is in Palace of Winds, you can get a Cutscene Ocarina glitch, which is a 1-frame trick and you only get one chance at it. If you miss it, you lose 1.5 minutes. I went for it and I did get it first try, so I saved 1 minute 50 seconds, something around that. So actually quite a lot of time. And I also got the other Cutscene Ocarina glitch in Palace of Winds, which saves another about 40 seconds, or 35, something like that. So it was a really good Palace of Winds overall, which ended up saving a lot of time compared to my PB. And the rest of the run was also just pretty good overall, especially the Vadi fights, which then ended up PBing by quite a bit.
Today, that is where the record stands. Minish Cap is one of the least explored Zelda games, keeping up with its theme of being underrated. However, it was still able to grow a great community who both love and hate the game to death, and aren't afraid of taking themselves too seriously. Minish Cap has evolved and continues to do so, and no matter if it hits a lull in runners, it always bounces back. There are still theories on how to save time and skip major parts of the game, so the story of the Minish Cap is far from over.
Mario 3D Land Run. Very, very well played. Really, really nice to get a Mario game with such a deep lore.
Darkness. Speedrunning is often defined as playing a game with the intention of completing it as fast as possible. Runners often ask, how far can we push this game? How far can we push ourselves? Dedicated speedrunners are always looking for ways to save time, from new routes to glitches or different timings. But that search for time save can sometimes come back to haunt them. Like the opening of Pandora's box, sometimes new discoveries make a fun and challenging run impossible, making some runners wish maybe these tricks shouldn't have been discovered at all. One game that exemplifies this feeling is Donkey Kong Country. Longtime fans of this speed game will tell you that watching attempts of this game can be brutal. Even watching races, like the ones shown off at Games Done Quick events, can tell you that running this game is hard. Maybe even too hard. In a previous episode of Speed Docs, we covered The Legend of Zelda The Minish Cap, which had a cutscene skip glitch that saved 2 minutes if done correctly. The problem was, skip was a 1-frame trick in a 60 FPS game, and had no buffering or consistent setup, and lost 1.5 minutes if missed. It doesn't help that the trick is 1.5 hours into a run that's about 1 hour and 45 minutes long, making it incredibly risky for runners on a PB pace. But speedrunners don't shy away from risk. They charge ahead bravely, always searching for that sweet PB. But in this case, this is only one trick. What if the run had 3 of these tricks? Would Minish Cap runners still go for each cutscene skip? What if there were 7 frame-perfect skips? What if there were more? Donkey Kong Country All Stages has evolved into an incredibly difficult run, with some runners calling it a black hole of effort. But it didn't start out this way. Let's go back to the beginning, when these monkeys first made their grand debut. But I have to warn you, there's a lot of rolling ahead, and I mean a lot. So buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride. Welcome to Speed Docs. The Super Nintendo Entertainment System was released in North America in August of 1991. When you think of the Super Nintendo, what games come to mind? Super Mario World? A Link to the Past? Super Metroid? Packed to the hilt with memorable titles, the console was a huge success for Nintendo, and was responsible for introducing a new generation of gamers to console gaming. Donkey Kong Country was released in 1994 and was very well received amongst fans and critics alike. Developed by Rare, it is one of the most technically sound games on the platform, and boasts one of the most beautiful soundtracks throughout the console's entire lifespan. The game itself is fairly straightforward. As a side-scrolling platformer, the player controls Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong through 40 unique levels. Collect bananas, roll through enemies, and hitch a ride on some animal buddies along the way. When you reach the end, beat the evil King K. Rool before he takes over Donkey Kong Island. While there are many categories for Donkey Kong Country, we are mainly going to focus on all stages. As the name suggests, this category focuses on completing all the levels as fast as possible. This is mostly accomplished by rolling a lot, which is the primary movement tech in DKC. Rolling is faster than running or jumping, and does a better job of clearing jumps and getting rid of enemies than jumping does. To quote DKCSpeedruns.com, any time not spent rolling is generally time better spent rolling.
Donkey's always it's based on keeping your roll as long as possible and uptime on your roll. You always want to be rolling no matter what, generally, unless there's something else to do to get a better roll.
Each enemy that you roll through will extend the duration of your roll as well as increase your roll speed. So if there are a few enemies in a row and you roll through each one, your Kong will hit blazing fast speed as well as delay the end of the roll. Additionally, if you were to roll off an edge, you keep rolling until you hit the ground, and continue to roll after that. Extended rolls, also called extendos, are one of the main speed techs for this game. The two Kongs do not play the same. Diddy Kong rolls faster than Donkey and can jump higher. Donkey was designed to be a fighter, as he can kill big enemies in one hit and has an additional ground slap attack that Diddy does not. For speedrunning though, Diddy has all the advantages, and playing with Donkey is avoided as much as possible. The saying goes, if you're Donkey, you're dead. Donkey does have his uses though, as some levels have skip barrels that are only accessible to him. Our story starts all the way back in 1995. The internet was in its infancy at this point, but that wouldn't stop one of the earliest discussions for glitches in the game. Only a few months after the game's release, people were already discovering and sharing glitches online. On March 27, 1995, a Game FAQs guide is posted which details the glitch called Map Warp. On the overworld screen, each level is connected by a line of dots, and you unlock the next section of the path as you complete each level. Normally, these lines connect directly to each level, but there are a few locations where the line stops and makes a turn before connecting to the next level. When you go over this bend in the line with a single Kong, you stop moving for 1 frame, and if you press one of the face buttons, A, B, X, or Y, the game will try to put you into the level. Since there is no level on this bend, the game ends up placing you halfway through the default level 3-5, Orangutan Gang. In World 1, there are 3 such bends in the map, and 2 of them send you somewhere in 3-5. It would still be a long time before anything resembling a speedrun of Donkey Kong Country would take place, but it is interesting to see what people knew all the way back then. There were probably other threads or discussions from around this time, but unfortunately, there isn't much from this time period that still exists today. In the early 2000s, several tasks would be completed for the game by the likes of Alex Penev, Arn the Great, and Tompa. Before any real RTA attempts took place, the tasking community worked out most of the movement and routing. They even found a neat glitch or two on some levels.
Me and Arn play the game a lot together while having Skype conversations most of the time. We just kept trying weird things in the game and kept having fun with it. I can't remember like everything we found, and we don't have it documented anywhere, but we found a couple of things. They're mostly for tasks, as that's what we were into.
Unfortunately, these glitches were the result of weird interactions with certain levels. Like on Tanked Up Trouble, it's possible to roll off a tire directly onto an enemy, resulting in Diddy rolling horizontally forever. Or at least until Diddy hits the next tire just a foot away. Glitches like these were found in a few levels, but they just weren't useful for speedruns. A few years later, around 2004, Tassers Tompa and Arn the Great were messing around together using netplay. On the level Orangutan Gang, Arn ran off a ledge and started a roll on the same frame he landed on an enemy. Purely by accident, Arn and Tompa discovered that the same glitch that could be performed on Tanked Up Trouble could also be performed on any level in the game under the right circumstances. Arn and Tompa immediately went to work to find more places that this glitch could be used.
Indeed, yeah. Even having a net-based session playing the game 2-player, and On the Great did that first one by accident. And then we tried to look at levels where it can be used to save time. We looked at Rope Bridge Rumble, and what other levels? Like Platform Perils, the last level in the game.
So here's how it works. By performing a roll on the last frame just before walking off a ledge, while also landing on an enemy's head, Diddy goes into a weird state. During this state, Diddy can't be touched by enemies except for the bees, and can move through platforms.
Yeah, jump rolls are really simple. You do 2 things at once whenever the game allows, and you just rocket forward, and you lose a pixel of height every 256 frames, and you can go through every enemy except for bees. That's really important.
This glitch would eventually come to be known as the jump roll. The Tassers found a few run-viable jump rolls in a relatively short time, most notably in Minecart Madness and Platform Perils. At the time of discovery, Tompa and Arn assumed that it would be unrealistic that the frame-perfect tricks would be useful for RTA runners.
The trick itself is 1 frame only timing, and early on in speedrun, 1 frame that's impossible to time it. You can't do it consistently, so why even bother to explain it to runners?
Keep in mind that the average skill level of speedrunners back in the day was much lower than it is now. This was in the middle of the segmented run heyday, after all. To the Tassers' credit, the first world record to use a jump roll wouldn't take place for another 7 years. DKC was a quiet game in the early days, and wouldn't see any more activity for some time. Finally, in 2007, a runner named TJP does a segmented any percent run in 32 minutes in-game time. While we aren't going to focus too much on this run, there are a few things worth mentioning. The run does not use glitches, not utilizing either map warp or jump rolls, so it's technically a precursor to the all stages category.
When I got onto the scene, no one was speedrunning the game. I had found the DKC discussion thread on Speed Demos Archive, which I think was started by Andrew G. Nothing ever became of it, so I decided to try. DKC had been one of my favorite games, beside Metroid Prime 2 at the time. Once I started discussing, posting, and running, then I saw other interested parties and other speedrunners. As far as I knew in my narrow view, as a relatively new user at the time, I was the only person trying for submission to SDA.
A few years later, the same runner would go back and do another any percent run, this time as a single segment run. Using the map warp glitch, TJP saved himself a big chunk of time. But a discussion sprung up. Should map warp be allowed? You see, map warp wasn't possible on most versions of the game. It was only available to English runners. Unlike most Nintendo games, Donkey Kong Country first released in North America, and then later worldwide. Versions 1.0 and 1.1 have access to map warp, but it was patched out by 1.2, which is the version that the rest of the world received. Because of this disparity, it was decided that any percent would be split into two separate categories on Speed Demos Archive: any percent all stages and glitched any percent. Finally, in April 2011, the first official all stages RTA run is completed by TJP with a 37:11.
Good job, DK. Get out of here. And it is done. It has been completed.
TJP would use the map warp glitch in this run, but instead of warping after 1-1, he continues normally until he completes 3-4, then goes back to World 1 in order to skip most of 3-5. TJP also completes the first ever jump rolls in a record run, performing the ones on Minecart Madness and Platform Perils, the two that Tompa and Arn initially discovered. Obviously, it wasn't too hard to complete this in a single segment run as initially thought. But these tricks weren't free either. TJP would later lower the record down to a 36:48, mostly by dying less often. This time, however, he only got one of the jump rolls in his run, the shorter Minecart Madness one. The run was still unoptimized, so dying less often was a bigger time save than essentially skipping most of the last level. Several weeks later, a runner named Silent Wolf, well known for his Super Smash Bros. Melee career, gets a 36:16. Silent Wolf doesn't get the better Platform Perils jump roll either, nor does he use map warp in his run in order to better compare his times with the Japanese community, who cannot use the map warp. Later that same day, a forum thread was posted on Speed Demos Archive by TJP, asking for clarification on the rules for the category. After discussion between TJP and Silent Wolf, it was decided that map warp would be banned from the all stages category. While TJP was in favor of allowing map warp as long as all stages are completed, completing 3-4, then going back to World 1 and then warping to 3-5, Silent Wolf insisted it not be allowed in order to continue to compare times with the Japanese community, who could not perform the glitch. Since the English-speaking community was rather small, no more than 2 or so runners, the inclusion of even more runners was seen as a larger priority for the health of the run and community.
I guess I still was really trying to compare myself to them as best as I could. But in hindsight, they probably should be treated as separate categories as they are today.
A few weeks after the thread was posted, TJP would lower the world record down to a 36:01. As the speedrun was still fairly young, and there weren't a lot of runners for the game, the route was slowly but surely being optimized. Specific timings for when to roll, when to extend your roll versus when to speed it up, the use of animal buddies, stuff like this was being ironed out, and in the process, runners were getting better at dying less often and saving time off their runs. One last thing to note before we move on is that the game at this time is timed using J timing, which starts the timer from when the console is powered on. Some games, like Super Mario 64, still use this method of timing today. Many games have since switched to starting the timer on file select. This ends what some runners refer to as the primordial era of the Donkey Kong Country speedrunning community. It was around the start of 2013 that attempting to compare to the Japanese community was abandoned.
There were already plenty of differences between the games. The biggest difference being the fanfare skip in the US version. Saves 50 seconds to a minute, I believe, being able to skip the fanfare after each stage. And you can't do that in the Japanese version. That, in addition to enemy placements in a handful of different stages, just pretty much warranted it being treated as its own thing.
The games were different, and attempting to continue the comparison was falling out of favor. The community also moved away from Japanese timing. By the end of January, a runner named Closty would lower the time down to a 35:27.
Damn!
Closty's run is solid, and shows precise movement in areas that previously gave runners a hard time. In World 4 alone, Closty saves about 11 seconds over TJP by playing optimally, avoiding getting hit and not dying. Closty finishes off the run by showing off a new jump roll on Tanked Up Trouble. He gets the jump roll on Platform Perils as well and saves about a minute. Unfortunately, this is the last that we'll hear about Closty, as a new runner shows up just 2 weeks later who would eclipse our poor Closty boy. This runner, known at the time as New Age Retro Hippie, who would eventually change his name to Peachy, took the record with the 35:22. It was verified at the time, but no footage of this run remains today. The same can be said for his next record, a 35:08 on March 26, 2013. Luckily for us, Peachy kept improving the run and would go on to get a 35 flat on May 14th, this time with surviving video footage.
35 on the dot.
Peachy brought faster roll routes to several levels and saved a few seconds on multiple stages. Most notably, Peachy brought new extendos like the roll on Temple Tempest. Peachy also followed the age-old adage and spent less time walking and more time rolling.
Donkey tricks are you have to start your roll at this specific part and there's a rhythm to it, right? So you gotta tap the button at a specific points on the stage, and a lot of tricks are it's kind of difficult to get that down. You kind of just try different rhythms until one works, different spots to get extendos.
On June 11th, Peachy would lower the time down even further, down to a 34:51, by cleaning up a few parts where he messed up movement.
Give it up for the true hero, guys. Donkey Kong. Yeah, 350. 3450.
Peachy also managed to hit all 3 jump rolls in both of his runs, on Minecart Madness, Tanked Up Trouble, and Platform Perils. Peachy had been the world record holder for over 4 months now, and had saved over 30 seconds in that time span. How much further could the record be pushed? How long would his record stand? His latest record would only stand for 8 days. On June 19th, another runner, Garrison, would get his first world record time with a 34:34.
It was when I started streaming it more, it kind of picked up more steam, and you had runners such as Closty and Garrison and Mundungu and Minion coming in, and Reflected. And once they started playing, that happened more in 2013, the game really started picking up steam. And Garrison especially, he rolled in and caught up to me and beat my time pretty handily. And a lot of my experience with the all stages category in particular was trying to playing catch up for a long time until I hit a higher level of play.
With better roll routes, Garrison saves about 9 seconds in World 1 and 6 combined, and saves almost 10 seconds in Torchlight Trouble, where Peachy lost Diddy and had to complete the level as Donkey. Garrison, however, missed the jump rolls on Minecart Madness and lost a little bit of time. In the later half of 2013, the DKC community stumbled upon a Spanish YouTube channel, which had videos showcasing glitches from throughout the Donkey Kong Country series. The community noticed that one of the glitches featured in one of the videos was a glitch that they had never seen before, which with a little time and effort, they were able to analyze and recreate. This trick came to be known as the super jump.
Super jumps, this was found off of a YouTube channel, and it was a DKC glitch hunter. So the super jump, you're storing the jump that Kongs do when they get hit and then reach a wall. They usually run off screen when they get hit, but if they reach a wall, they climb up the wall and jump to the ceiling, and you're storing and controlling that jump. So if you sacrifice Diddy near a wall, and then you go get Diddy back with a DK barrel, Diddy's gonna run up to the top of the screen, jump up to the top of the screen, then you get him back and you sack Donkey instead, or afterwards. And you always do an automatic jump in this game when you switch Kongs. It's to like prevent you from falling into pits or whatever. And so during that initial automatic jump, you hold down B and then you just land on something. And so long as you don't ever do a manual jump, when you bounce off of something, you'll go back into the last jump that Diddy was in, which was the infinite one. And so the entire time, once you're in that jump, the entire time you're holding down B, you're gaining height really fast. And so you can just jump over stages.
Around the start of 2014, the community re-evaluated the rules. Since they weren't comparing to the J community anymore, runners questioned why map warp was still banned. With a community vote, it was decided that map warp would be allowed back in, so long as every level before 3.5 was completed before, just like with TJP's old run. It was also around this time that a super jump was found to be useful in Forest Frenzy. With this new super jump and the reintroduction of map warp, Garrison would be able to get several new world records. First, a 33.54 on February 7th, a 33.40 on August 14th, a 33.38 on August 17th, a 33.36 on August 20th. Eventually, Garrison ended up with the solid 33.23 on October 22nd. Right off the bat, map warp saves about 20 seconds, so runners had an easy, free time save with the reintroduction of the glitch. On top of that, the super jump in Forest Frenzy saves another 24 seconds over the normal route. Coupled with the smaller super jump on 2.5, the new trick saved an easy 50 seconds over Garrison's 34.34. To top it all off, in his 33.23, Garrison gets the better jump roll on Tanked Up Trouble with the Kremling setup instead of the Vulture setup. Because this jump roll can be performed earlier and doesn't have to wait to avoid bees, it saves another 12 seconds. But this trick is significantly harder than the Vulture jump roll.
So like, if you know how a jump roll works, you need to initiate a roll in the same frame as you land on an enemy. And like for most jump rolls, like that's basically all you have to do. Like you just press Y on the right frame, and if the setup is correct, then that's that. But for Kremtuts, it's just like it's 1/3 of the battle, because of the spot where you have to initiate the jump roll is it's located between two platforms, the moving platform that you're usually riding in 6-1 and the platform on which the Kremling stands. So if you hit the jump roll, you have to wiggle very quickly to make sure that you do not land afterwards on either of those platforms. Wiggle long enough to make sure the moving platform moves past you, and then you can start going right. And afterwards, you have two vertical Bs that you have to skip, and those are also really tight to skip.
In July 2014, Garrison would run all stages at SGDQ 2014. While this was one of many appearances at Games Done Quick for the Donkey Kong Country franchise, this is the first official all stages run at GDQ. Garrison closed out his run with a 36.51. While most of the run went well, he unfortunately messed up the jump rolls in World 6, and died a few times in World 4. For a marathon run though, it was pretty thrilling nonetheless. Donkey Kong Country made another appearance at Summer Games Done Quick 2015, with an all-stages race between Garrison, Eason, and Peachy. The top 3 runners were all gathered in one location. Garrison, the world record holder for the last year, Peachy, early runner and consistent top player, and Eason, a newer face to the community, but a rising star nonetheless. The race was close, with deaths, level restarts, and backup strats. Watching these marathon runs really puts into perspective just how difficult this run is. At the time, there were 3 jump rolls, and even with the 3 best runners in the community, only 1 runner was able to get a single jump roll. Garrison got the Tanked Up Trouble Vulture jump roll, but lost his time due to death and platform perils. Peachy missed the jump rolls, but played smooth and steady in World 6 and was able to snag the victory. The runners ended up with times all within a few seconds of each other. Over the course of 2014, Garrison had lowered the record by 50 seconds. His run would not be easily beaten, and as a result, his 33:23 stood for close to an entire year. To date, it is the longest standing world record in Donkey Kong Country 1, standing for 341 days in a row. It wouldn't be until September 2015 that Eason, the runner from the 3-way SGDQ race, would get a time of 33:21, just beating the previous record by 2 seconds. Garrison's run was good, but it had a few flaws. In Manic Mincers, Garrison loses Rambi the Rhino early and has to finish a larger part of the level on foot, losing several seconds. He also failed the final jump roll on Platform Perils, losing even more time. Eason was able to match Garrison's pace for a majority of the run, apart from losing several seconds due to re-entering the water level Poison Pond in World 5. But for World 6, Eason held it together and finished strong, barely beating out Garrison's time.
That's it. Yes! Oh my god.
3 days later, on October 1st, 2015, Eason would go on the run of his life. Again, he had a strong early game and cruised through the run at optimal speeds. Eason was determined, and a bit lucky as well. He made no major mistakes. In Tanked Up Trouble, Eason went for the Kremling jump roll and saved 12 seconds over his previous run, which used the Vulture jump roll. He even clutched out the jump roll in Platform Perils and claimed a solid victory.
Oh my god. No.
Eason's run was the best case scenario. No deaths, no loss of Diddy, optimal boss RNG, first try super jumps, and both of the best jump rolls. This was it. Eason walked away that day with a 32:59, finally breaking the 33-minute barrier.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
But where can we go from here?
It definitely was monumental. I know Eason thought the run was unbeatable, and it kind of was. I mean, there was some strats he didn't do then. Some minor stuff that you could save a couple seconds here and there. It was definitely one of those runs that would be very, very hard to beat.
Still managed to, get the record in October. And I think it was, I got 32:59. And that was quite a good time at the time. It was optimized for then, but now you'll notice that segment times have gone down quite a lot. Movement is tightened up a lot, and there's a lot of just little optimizations in pretty much every stage. But with what we had, it was quite a good run. I think my sum of best was 32:57 when I started the run, and then I got 32:59. So
Eason's 2 runs would mark the beginning and end of records for Donkey Kong Country in 2015, and what would ultimately end up being a quiet year for world records in the all stages category. Hot off his world record, Eason ran all stages at AGDQ 2016. Showcasing the brutal nature of the run, he managed to pull off some of the harder tricks, like the Kremling jump roll in Tanked Up Trouble and the shorter jump roll on Misty Mines. Overall, the run was well received, and the couch commentary was filled with some of the best and most knowledgeable DKC players in the community. The next run to take world record would have to play perfectly, right? Shortly after AGDQ 2016, someone had a thought. What happens when we combine a super jump and a jump roll? Does it do anything? This question would alter the course of history for Donkey Kong Country speedrunning, and would mark the opening of the proverbial Pandora's box. Tasser Rainbow Sprinkles asked this question, and the community discovered that setting up a super jump and then performing a jump roll would result in a new type of jump roll where the player could get infinite height by holding B. This eliminated the issue of jump rolls running into terrain, or B enemies, as Diddy can now soar over top of everything in the stage. Additionally, much more like a traditional roll, Diddy can hit enemies after the start, allowing him to gain roll speed up to 3 more times, making this type of jump roll significantly faster. This trick would come to be known as the super jump roll, or SJR.
It was during one of my streaming sessions. I was playing the game. I can't remember if I was testing it or doing something else. And Rainbow Sprinkles, like she asked in the forum, saying in the chat that what happens if you combine the super jump and the jump roll? And that kind of made fun of me, like, oh wow, that doesn't work. Like we tried that pretty much. Like there's no way. And I did it on the stream, and wow, this happened. So you combine the two glitzes, and you can roll through the air, going upwards, and skip the entire level. And it was really cool.
He was just dabbling in a lot of things, right? And so nobody had ever tried to do them, like set up a super jump and then do a jump roll. And so it happened while everyone was away at AGDQ 16, and that completely changed the game.
Some runners saw the introduction of more frame-perfect tricks as a bad omen and wanted super jump rolls banned from the start.
People were kind of split between allowing them and not allowing them. There was actually quite a heated debate over it on the IRC channel. Before there was no Discord at the time, so we just had IRC, and there were valid arguments on both sides, but in the end, we, as you well know, we allowed the super jump roll. But myself and a couple other people were trying to push for not allowing them, just to preserve like the integrity of the game, I guess. Not to have like every single stage have one of these tricks, and be more based around like movement and actually playing the game, which is what I've always enjoyed about the game. So I was an advocate for banning the trick, but in the end it was allowed, and I'm glad it was allowed looking back. But okay. I was definitely pretty salty about the whole thing, because you get this awesome time, and then a few months later it's like bam, now there's like a whole minute of new time save come along. So it was pretty bittersweet for me, that's for sure. It just comes down to really, progress. You're not just going to halt progress because you don't like something. You kind of just have to accept it for what it is.
In the end, it didn't make sense to allow both tricks individually, yet ban the combination. Progress was not halted, for better or worse. Immediately, the community started to look for potential places to perform SJRs. Previously known jump roll spots and super jump spots were re-evaluated to see if they could be utilized. If a jump roll previously hit Bs or solid terrain, it was considered not worth the effort. Now, with the super jump element, Diddy could bypass those barriers, making jump rolls like the ones in Misty Mines actually useful.
Yeah, the big difference that made super jump rolls open up so much more was that you no longer had a height requirement, so you can't gain height or anything, and once you touch the ground in a jump roll, you land. So if it wasn't in a good location, you could get it, but it was useless.
Pretty quickly, 3 SJRs were found to be easy enough to set up and saved significant time. These were found on Forest Frenzy, Oil Drum Alley, and Misty Mines. A month or two later, a 4th SJR on Rope Bridge Rumble would also be found. With this super jump roll on Rope Bridge Rumble, the number of frame-perfect tricks is now 7. The Forest Frenzy super jump roll, the Rope Bridge Rumble super jump roll, the Oil Drum Alley super jump roll, the Minecart Madness jump roll, the Tanked Up Trouble jump roll, the Misty Mines super jump roll, and the Platform Perils jump roll. All runs from this point in history can essentially be boiled down to these 7 tricks. By using super jump rolls in stages Forest Frenzy and Misty Mines, Eason would get a 32:47 on March 10th, 2016, shattering his monumental record from October. Eason pulled off 2 SJRs, and yet failed the jump rolls on Oil Drum Alley, Minecart Madness, and Platform Perils. Still, the SJRs are so fast that Eason is able to break his highly optimized 32:59.
Nice, dude. There it is, man.
Eason later got a 32:40 on March 20th, this time hitting most of the frames, only failing the Misty Mines SJR and Platform Perils JR in World 6. Going into World 6, Eason was 20 seconds ahead of his PB, but failing the last 2 SJRs lost him most of his lead. At this point, every level is crazy optimized. Most runs are plus or minus 1 second by the time they get to World 5. The only real variation is which jump roll tricks are achieved.
relatively speaking, in my personal opinion, I feel like DKC is quite an easy game. The movement's great and it's hard to master, but it's a very linear game. Like every stage is just left to right. There's not much verticality involved, and it's really just all about maximizing your roll distance and minimizing the time spent not rolling. There's a hard skill ceiling with this game because you can only go so fast, whereas like, you know, games like Super Mario 64, the skill ceiling is quite a bit higher, so there's quite a bit more variance. Not to say that DKC is an easy game, but there definitely is a hard ceiling, and I feel like a lot of us in the community have reached that point now, and that's why you see less and less variance in between the top runners.
Towards the end of 2016, Eason would lower his time down to a 32:33.6.
I did it.
Eason lost time on Forest Frenzy by missing the jump roll but getting the super jump, and some more time on Oil Drum Alley for not getting max speed on his SJR. He also failed the last jump roll on Platform Perils, but nailed the Misty Mine super jump roll and Tanked Up Trouble Kremlin jump roll. This record would stand for the remainder of 2016 and wouldn't be broken until May of the next year, where it would be broken by none other than Eason himself. On May 25th, 2017, Eason would squeeze out a small PB, lowering his time down by 0.6 seconds, down to a 32:33 flat. Even with most of the other jump rolls, Eason lost plenty of time to the Vulture jump roll and Tanked Up Trouble. Compared to his Kremlin jump roll from last time and not getting the Oil Drum Alley jump roll, Eason barely caught up to his previous best. Getting the final jump roll on Platform Perils was enough to give him a small lead and secure the tiny world record. Now, normally, Eason's run have a pretty good shelf life, but unfortunately, another runner was hot on Eason's trail. Inspired to hop back into the fray, old school runner Peachy cleans off the old dusty controller. Only 4 days after the 32:33, Peachy would land a 32:19, being the first person to use the super jump roll on Rope Bridge Rumble.
4 years. 4 fucking years.
Peachy's run also lands all the frames, except gets the Vulture jump roll on Tanked Up Trouble, and misses the shorter jump roll on Minecart Madness. With this solid improvement to the record, Peachy would hold the title once again, this time for 11 months. Around the time that Eason got his 32:59 back in 2015, 2 new up-and-coming runners joined the community. These runners were Fathlow23 and Void. Having started in the age of the SJR, these fresh faces were maybe more comfortable with the trick than other runners. In the wake of Peachy's 32:19, Fathlow would be the next runner to break into the upper echelon of DKC runners. Fathlow23, on the 23rd day of April, managed a time of 32:15. Even though he missed the Oil Drum Alley SJR, Fathlow hit all the other frames and even got the Kremlin jump roll. With a few small optimizations as well, Fathlow's run was looking solid. 3 months later, Eason would return to take the record from Fathlow with a 32:13. Eason missed the Rope Bridge Rumble SJR and only got the Vulture JR and Tanked Up Trouble, but he hit everything else. The competition was heating up. Several top players were back in the mix, and the record was anyone's game. But runners were frustrated. With so many of these frame-perfect tricks, it was almost impossible to get them all.
No matter what you put into that game, once you get to high level, like extremely diminishing returns as you get better. It's not a very rewarding game to play at high level because it's much more punishing than it is difficult. So it doesn't feel like you're overcoming like very difficult tricks. Like you just need to piece everything together. It's like, well, I lost another 100 runs to the frame today, like, or something. And of course it's not easy either, so like you're not gonna get every run to that point. There's an imbalance, severe imbalance.
A month later, on August 11th, Void also joined the elusive club of world record holders, obtaining a 32:12 as his ticket in.
Crumb Talk! fucking saved the run! Ooh, got him!
Void missed the jump rolls in World 5, but redeemed his run with the Kremling jump roll in World 6. But the run was getting too optimized now. Soon, it would be impossible to beat the record without getting every single jump roll. Sub 32 is possible. Now it was just a question of who and when.
Every good runner has a mid 31 sub best, and everyone's capable of it, but it's just a matter of, like, suffering through that soulless grind.
That person would be Fathlow, who would finally get the record back on October 4th with a 32-10. Fathlow almost had a perfect run. He hit all the jump rolls, had no deaths, and had decent boss RNG. He messed up the Misty Mine super jump roll and didn't get the fastest roll speed, meaning he loses around 11 seconds because he only rolled through 3 enemies instead of 4. Managing to get the Vulture jump roll on Tanked Up Trouble, Fathlow was at least able to take the world record. Runners were approaching the apex once more. The only thing left to do was to secure the ultimate run. With both the Misty Mine super jump roll mistake and the Kremling jump roll, there was still a lot of room for a sub 32 minute time.
Yeah, if I got Kremted on this run and everything else played the same, missing the 2 snakes, it still would have been 31. That's crazy.
A month after the previous world record, Fathlow takes up the mantle and does some attempts of DKC. His play is solid, his technique practiced. One by one, world by world, the major tricks come and go, conquered. Forest Frenzy? Nailed it. Rope Bridge Rumble? Killed it. Oil Drum Alley? Flawless. On this crazy pace, Fathlow drops the Kremlin jump roll on Tanked Up Trouble, but brings it home with the Vulture setup. He gets the optimal speed for the Misty Mines SJR and flies to the exit. Tensions high, knees weak, arms heavy. Fathlow secures the Platform Perils jump roll and rides the train to victory.
Yes! Fuck yes!
With the solid follow-through, the bosses are defeated, and Fathlow finishes the run with a 31:59, the fabled sub 32.
Oh my god.
The chat cries out, the end of an era.
I was just like, hallelujah, the demon is dead, everyone can move on maybe.
The community rejoiced. Someone had finally done it. The 32-minute wall was torn down, just in time for a victory lap at HDQ 2019, where Fathlow, Void, and Stu were slated to race all stages on opening day. For marathons, runners are often encouraged to practice their games to keep their skills sharpened and knowledge fresh. But during one of these practice sessions, Void gets on a pretty crazy run. One after the other, the jump rolls fall before him. Nothing can stand in his way. Void would follow in Fathlow's footsteps and would hit every jump roll in the run, for the second time in history.
Yes! What the fuck, dude?
Well, sort of. At the end of November, a new trick was discovered. It was possible to store a super jump in such a way that rolling off a ledge could activate a pseudo super jump roll, essentially skipping the need for the frame-perfect timing. This trick would come to be known as the super free roll, and was considered a godsend for eliminating the SJR from Misty Mines.
So that one replaces the super jump roll that we used to do in 6.3 at the cost of maybe like 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds, but like it actually makes it free. It's actually not a jump roll, as weird as it sounds. So the only thing you do is you set up a super jump and then you have yourself grab a rope, still in super jump state, and then from that rope you dismount it, and then afterwards, because you're still in the super jump state, if you initiate a roll off a ledge, you will gain the speed of a roll, but you will also gain the height of the super jump at the same time. And so you are basically now in super jump roll state without having to hit a jump roll, which is pretty convenient because you don't have to worry about hitting a 1-frame window.
It's really the best trick that we found in this game, to be quite honest. To eliminate a frame-perfect trick, but still have the time save be relatively the same. I believe it's about 1 second slower to do the super free roll than the super jump roll, and it's, you know, it's not frame perfect. It's really a godsend.
With one less frame perfect trick to worry about, Void completed the game in 31 minutes and 56 seconds on Christmas Eve. Unfortunately, Fathlo was no longer able to attend AGDQ 2019, so Void and Stu raced each other for the marathon. Again, in classic marathon fashion, Void misses every jump roll except for the super free roll on Misty Mines. Stu, on the other hand, nails several tricks, showing off his consistency. Overall, it was a thrilling display of skill and technique from both competitors, and again, a display of just how hard this game really is. So what does the future hold for our intrepid heroes? Void and Fathlo hit every single jump roll in the game, right? Well, as it turns out, the community has found several more SJRs in the game. The big problem is, runners are reluctant to add more frame-perfect tricks to the run as it adds in more breakpoints to an already fragile run.
There are even more, it's just that the more that get added into successful runs, the less people want to do them. Like, I'd say since Stu is a high-level player that's pretty new, so he's not quite disillusioned by the game yet, being a black hole of effort.
This game has a lot of frame perfect tricks, and some of them you can't really justify the time save, especially when you're on a good run. Like, for example, in World 6, there is a frame perfect trick in every single level. Even in World 3 in 3-3 Forest Frenzy, you can do a Sacrifices SJR there, and then do an SJR in the next level, Temple Tempest. The problem with the Sacrifices SJR in Forest Frenzy is it's impossible.
It's really interesting to see, though. I mean, the next world record could have these glitches in it. You know, as we push the game further and further, it's inevitable that people are like, well, I guess we should add another trick. You know, we should add another frame because we've reached that threshold.
Right.
But then it just gets to the point where you have, well, like how many frame perfect tricks, right? 9, 10, 11, and then it just becomes so unrealistic that you're going to get them all in one run. It becomes very hard to optimize the game to get, you know, a perfect run and hit every single frame perfect trick. So.
Well, there's one in particular that I don't use myself. Other runners do, but for whatever reason, like, I just can't seem to hit it. So it's the one in there's one in 5.3. It's not that it's like particularly difficult to set up, but like for whatever reason, the window, like, I know it's only one frame, you know, but for whatever reason, it's harder for me to hit that one than the others. Like, I'm less familiar with that one, so I would just rather not bother with attempting it and not getting it and lose around like 6 or 7 seconds in the process because I'm so inconsistent with it, right? Like, my success rate with that SJR is like probably less than 10%, maybe even less than 5%, whereas with the other ones, I'm like, I want to say like once every 2 or 3 tries, like, I'm confident that I can hit them. So like, it's a pretty huge difference. But like the one in 5.3, I'm just like, I just don't want to bother with it, basically.
Donkey Kong Country pushes its runners to the absolute limit of human potential. The run is so hard, so punishing, just the thought of pushing further brings feelings of pain and anguish. But like before, speedrunners never shy away from the difficult things in life. They charge ahead bravely. In time, a new wave of runners will throw themselves into the pit, searching for every last scrap of time that they can save. As history has shown, every time a wall is brought up, speedrunners find a way to break through it. Much like with Eason in 2016, Donkey Kong Country will find new ways to soar to ever greater heights. Donkey Kong Country 2's history is a collection of stories, tales of mythological proportions. One of the oldest speed games alive today, it has a rich history reaching back over 15 years. a literal epic. The stories told about Donkey Kong Country 2 paint vivid images of struggle and triumph, star players and underdogs, a clash of ideologies. A story where legends never die, gone but not forgotten. A fitting story for one of the best games of its era, Donkey Kong Country 2's speedrun history is a fable for the ages. We're digging deep into the lore and pulling out all the stops. The landscape has changed drastically over the years as the game continues to evolve, even to this day. To recite the history of Donkey Kong Country 2 is to tell the story of speedrunning itself. Gather round the fire and allow us to regale you with tales of speedrunning past. This is the history of Donkey Kong Country 2 speedruns. Welcome to Speed Dogs. Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Conquest was released in fall of 1995 for the Super Nintendo. Widely regarded as one of the greatest 2D platformers ever made, the game was another success for second-party juggernaut Rare. Both a technological marvel and a critical success, it should be of no surprise that it was one of the best-selling games for the Super Nintendo. The game is centered around Diddy Kong and Dixie Kong, as the two work together through a Kremling armada to rescue Donkey Kong from the sinister King K. rule. As the Kongs trek across Crocodile Island, they encounter animal buddies to aid them, enemies to annoy them, and bosses to impede them. With 34 stages and 6 boss fights scattered across 7 distinct worlds, the player has their work cut out for them. In order to save Donkey, the team is going to need to make it through Gangplank Galleon, Crocodile Cauldron, Krem Key, Crazy Kremland, Gloomy Gulch, K. Rool's Keep, and the Flying Croc. Diddy Kong, the fast-rolling sidekick from the first game, takes the reins this time, as it falls on him to rescue his best buddy Donkey. Diddy Kong is agile and can run fast, just like the previous game. He's joined by his girlfriend Dixie Kong for this adventure. Dixie Kong, a young girl with a big ponytail, is not the brute that Donkey Kong was. While she's a tad slower than Diddy, she has a hair-spinning ability that allows her to glide down slowly in the air. As far as speedrunning goes, rolling is imperative. Rolling is faster than walking, so in general, you want to be rolling as much as possible. Rolling through enemies will extend the duration of your roll, as well as increase your speed. This means you can chain together rolls through enemies. At the end of your roll, the Kongs will come to an abrupt stop unless you jump out of it. Finding the right roll jump rhythm is key to maintaining high speeds. New to this Donkey Kong adventure is the team throw. When you have both Kongs, you can pick up your sidekick and chuck them, allowing them to reach places they might ordinarily not be able to get to. This dynamic duo is going to need to navigate through hordes of enemies, dangerous mazes, mine shafts, shipwrecks, roller coasters, haunted halls, and much more. It's not an easy game by any means. Even casually, the game has some difficult stretches. But enough about that, let's get started. Like so many of these histories, our story starts with Speed Demos Archive, one of the largest speedrunning forums to ever exist. A tight-knit community, there were no one-trick ponies. Everybody knew everybody, and runners from one community would frequently check in on another to see how things were developing. A place to ask questions and share knowledge, the DKC2 forum thread started in January of 2007. While the website had records for the 102% category for the Super Nintendo version and a hard mode time for the Game Boy Advance version, there was no record claimed for any percent on console. In 2001, Snapdragon, a co-founder of the Perfect Dark Elite community, had completed a run of 102% with a time of 1:33 in-game time. Later, a runner named Unaya had improved that time to a 1:31 in-game time in 2004. Finally, the hard mode run on the Game Boy Advance was done by Psychochild, who attained a 56-minute run in-game time. User Freezing Inferno starts this new DKC2 thread and volunteers to take up the task himself. Basing his route off of Psychochild's 56-minute GBA run, he has questions and route ideas that he wants to share with the community. There to answer and coordinate are users D-Ribes, Psychochild himself, and Comical Flop. At the time of this thread, 2 tool-assisted speedrun demonstrations had been published for DKC2, one by Sammy and the other by Comical Flop. Comical Flop had just recently published his task just 3 months prior, though it was for the 102% category, but his knowledge and expertise were invaluable to Freezing Inferno. Together with the previous runner Psychochild and knowledgeable bystander D-Ribes, these 4 users had everything they needed to crack this game wide open. With their combined knowledge and expertise, these 4 users led the charge and started ironing out the rather unoptimized strategies that Psychochild had used years prior. With a few more years of experience under their collective belts, they tore each level apart, finding faster and more consistent strategies across the board. Right off the bat, these 4 established some basic strategies to work from. At the end of every stage, Diddy and Dixie have to hit the goalpost to complete the level. Landing on the bullseye on the goalpost with enough downward speed will reward the player with the highlighted item, but will also end with Diddy or Dixie doing a musical fanfare before the screen fades out. These little musical numbers cost 11 seconds and 7 seconds for Diddy and Dixie respectively. Since getting the prize loses time, these runners made sure to always land with a short jump to avoid the prize and leave the level as fast as possible. Speaking of goalposts, with a certain state, referred to as the airborne state, swapping Kongs right as you land on the goalpost will swap characters from Diddy to Dixie, and vice versa, without stopping. This saves time if runners need to start the next stage with a different Kong. It also helps if skipping the fanfare is not an option, since runners could swap to Dixie for the shorter performance. Because of the airborne state mentioned earlier, this can't be used on every stage, because it requires either getting shot out of a cannon or team throwing into a barrel, but it was a useful trick in Worlds 1 and 2 in particular. Lastly, these runners made sure to emphasize the warp barrels in Worlds 1 and 2. Pretty early on, players discovered that every single stage in World 1 and 2, minus the boss fights, had hidden barrels that rewarded runners in the know with a shortcut to the end of the level. Usually hiding off-screen or in out-of-the-way places, speedrunners were happy to utilize these shortcuts at every turn. With all of this groundwork laid out, Freezing Inferno had his work cut out for him. All he needed to do was just sit down and do it. Oh, that's right. A story told 1,000 times, Inferno would get distracted by real life, and the masterful plans set out by the Big Four would gather dust as the forum slipped into slumber, waiting for a knight in shining armor to rescue it. 5 months would pass before that knight appeared. Hot off her marathon-length Final Fantasy VI speedruns, runner Essentia was looking for a shorter run to sink her teeth into. Picking up the pieces and dusting off the master plans, Essentia sits down and actually practices the run. D-Ribes and Comical Flop are still active in the forum and offer their advice. There was even a new task for Any Percent, this time made by Arn the Great. But in 2007, walking into a thread like this posed some unique problems.
Back then, speedrunning a new game that no one had really done before, it was a little, it's different than it is now. I mean, now with streaming and everything, you can see what people have been working on and see the progress that's been made. But back then, it was different. There weren't a whole lot of resources. And so the resource that I used the most was a task that had been done at that time. But also, I think it was Mike89 had done a run on the Game Boy version. Yeah, something like that, and that's all that had been done. And so that was really what I used the most. Was I watched that and then found out that a lot of the tricks on that would not work on the SNES version just because there were too many differences between the games. So I pretty much had to come up with my own route.
Essentia had to make up her own strategies for most of the run, as it was hard to share exact ideas without sharing video, a surprisingly difficult task back in 2007. While she can't devote all of her time to the game, Essentia spends the next few months working on the harder stages of the game, getting prepared to record her attempts.
I know the level that I had the most problems with, and where I had most of my resets, was Rattle Battle, just because where you turn into the snake, and it's just a lot more difficult to control the snake, just because you're hopping the entire time, and so you have to do long hops and short hops and control all that, and if you get off a little bit, it can mess up the whole level. And yeah, that was definitely the level that I had the most resets on. Oh yeah, so Parachute Panic. Yeah, and back then I was not playing on emulator or anything, so to learn all these tricks, I was doing it on console, so I wasn't using save states or anything, and that was definitely the most time-consuming level to learn. Like I said before, I was coming up with the route on my own, so it's not like I had a video to watch and then try to copy it. I was figuring it all out myself and without emulator. Yeah, that was really time consuming, but it felt really good to get it down really well. And when it was executed perfectly, that was really great. A great feeling. Probably the second hardest level is the one that's right after that, Web Woods, where you turn into the spider and you're going over these long stretches of pits. That level is really hard to do fast because you're making these web platforms and you want to do that as quickly as you can, but if you make a mistake, then you fall in the pit. There is a trick on that where you push both the L and R buttons at the same time and you can make an instant platform. That trick is always scary to me because you have to believe that it's going to work. You have to jump out over the pit first and then make the platform. And if you don't time it just right, then you fall to your death.
In September, Essentia found early success, achieving times of 58 and 56 minutes in-game time. But she could do better. Finally, in October, Essentia posted that she had just recorded a run clocking in at 48 minutes in-game time. That was the good news. The bad news? It unfortunately had 2 deaths and some small mistakes, losing her at least a minute of time. In classic SDA fashion, Essentia refused to submit her time, as she would be continuing to grind for a deathless run. One of the major aspects of the culture of SDA was that the community really pushed for high-quality runs. This was for 2 major reasons. In the early days, speedrunning was considered an ultimate form of a challenge run. Beating games in under a few hours, or even in 30 to 40 minutes, was unheard of. To the community that formed around these forums, speedrunning was a true spectacle. In this regard, hopeful submissions to the site had to be held up to the spectators' standards. The thought was, no one would be interested in seeing mediocre gameplay or repeated failed tricks, so why waste valuable server and website space hosting runs that didn't wow the community? The second reason was simply data transmission. Most speedrunners recorded their runs on their VCRs or DVD recorders and physically mailed those tapes to the SDA webmaster. Honestly, with such a hassle, it's a little surprising that speedrunning survived until the modern internet age. Hell, before 2010, YouTube wouldn't let users post videos longer than 10 minutes. With limited resources, runners had to be sure that the run they recorded was worthy of the effort of submitting to the site. With these things in mind, Essentia refused to share her video and went back to grinding runs, continuing her search for the deathless run.
Yeah, I really was trying to get a run that was deathless, and I don't think that I ever actually did. But one of the other things with it was that at that time, I was recording my runs on VHS tapes, and so just the whole process of recording it was a lot more complicated. And so I didn't want to wear out my tape too much by constantly rewinding and recording over things again, because that would lower the video quality. And just, I don't know, that was one of the most frustrating things for me. I mean, now it's a lot easier where you can just stream it, record it on your computer, record it digitally, and it's a lot easier than VHS tapes. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why I never really got a good run done that I was happy with. It was just a lot more time consuming to do new attempts.
Unfortunately, Essentia would never capture her dream run. Over the next few years, Essentia would come and go between various RPGs and Donkey Kong Country 2, trying to live up to her own high standards. In time, Essentia would run DKC2 at the first ever speedrun marathon event on Twitch, called Classic Games Done Quick, in 2010. Even in a live setting like this, Essentia cleanly pulled off a 50-minute in-game time run, around 55 minutes RTA, showing that she clearly had the skill to pull off her 48 from 3 years prior. Still, as 2011 came to a close, the forum thread for DKC2 died out, still waiting for its any % world record spot to be filled on the site. While the SDA forums were drying up, a new hotspot was just getting started. Instead of just talking in the forums, runners were ready to show off their skills to their fellow hobbyists. Before the popularity of streaming sites like Ustream and Twitch, speedrunners were hungry to share their passion with other runners. This came in the form of online races, hosted by legendary website Speedruns Live, or SRL. Using an internet relay chat system, also known as IRC, Speedruns Live allowed runners to chat, coordinate, and race each other in real time with as little barrier to entry as possible. Pretty early on, games like Ocarina of Time, Super Mario 64, and Donkey Kong Country 2 became incredibly popular on SRL and drew in dozens of runners. Back then, in 2011 to 2013, users on SRL would just join races for fun, even if they'd never seen a run of the game before. In late 2011, this loose community was starting to coalesce as runners started becoming friends and challenged each other to races on a regular basis.
I found Speedruns Live after I graduated college in May 2011. So that's when I really got kind of entrenched in the community, was right around that time when Speedruns Live in 2011. And then for Donkey Kong Country 2, honestly, it was just a group of friends. We just liked finding games and racing them, and that just ended up being one of them. In like the fall of 2011, Garrison, Nest Kamikaze, and a couple others, Cryptic Jackknife, we just started racing the game. We didn't know really much about it, but we just liked racing it and started looking up some stuff.
Runners like Twig, Garrison, Nest Kamikaze, and Cryptic Jackknife became regular racers as they started to take the game seriously and really dive into the game. After a month or two of weekly races, this new community started to look around for more strats, hungry for more information. Nest Kamikaze and Cryptic Jackknife were both regular users on the SDA forums, so they knew about that goldmine. But Cryptic tapped into the motherlode. Cryptic searched far and wide and was rewarded for his efforts, because, unbeknownst to the Western world, there was another group of hardcore gamers out there who were also playing DKC2, and they were light years ahead. The Japanese community. While the community on SRL was at best a dozen, the J community on Nico Video, one of the largest Japanese video sharing and streaming sites, was almost 80 strong. Cryptic went down the rabbit hole and eventually stumbled across runner Costella's 4237. This run blew the SRL community's minds. By comparison, the best race times that the SRL runners were getting was barely sub 1 hour, nearly 15 minutes slower than the run Cryptic found. How was the J community so much faster? Let's rewind a bit. While Essentia was grinding for the Deathless Run back stateside, a dedicated Japanese community was breaking the game wide open. Since 2009, Japanese runner Feast had been pushing the game further and further. A veteran of the DKC franchise, Feast had run DKC 3 first, before running DKC 2, where he made major strides and essentially started the community. While he didn't know it, Feast was competing with Essentia's 48-minute in-game time run, which would translate to around a 54-minute time RTA. Pretty soon though, Feast was dedicating more time to the game, and eventually surpassed Essentia with a 52-14 in October of 2009. Just a quick note, the Japanese community moved away from the in-game timer and started tracking their completions in real time. However, the J community starts the timer on console power on, whereas the Western community times from file select. The time difference between these two methods is essentially 19 seconds, with J timing being 19 seconds slower than Western timing. For the sake of this video, all Japanese runs will be shown in J timing, as that's how they were recorded, while Western times will be shown in their own timing. Continuing, Feast would also get a 51-13 on November 20th, 2009, and a 50-05 on December 19th. And finally, a 49-40 on January 1st, 2010. Around April of 2010, a major breakthrough was discovered in the J community. Task videos were very popular in the Japanese speedrunning community, and the DKC2 community was no different. While they hadn't made one of their own yet, the J community was well aware of the tasks released by the Western world, especially Arn the Great's tasks, for one special reason. Back in June of 2007, Arn the Great had published his new Any% task. In it, Arn had accidentally discovered a way for the Kongs to hold air. Like holding an invisible barrel, the player could then throw the air object and scramble values in the game's memory. At the time, Arn was only able to do basic manipulations because most actions would crash the game. His tasks showed off this trick in the stage Castle Crush, which he dubbed Castle Crash. By placing the DK barrel down along the wall and then quickly re-grabbing it, he was able to hold the air object. With the right timing, Arn could throw this invisible object and glitch in a Rambi barrel. Jumping into this barrel transformed Dixie into Rambi, but launched them upwards at max speed. Moving that fast, Arn could now move through walls, and he used this to skip pretty far up the vertical level to the Squawks barrel. In his task submission comments, Arn said, "I do not know any way to activate the goal switch, but I've been very close, but it seems very impossible. If anyone knows how to activate the goal target with Zombie Rambi, please tell me." Intrigued by this glitch, Japanese runner and glitch hunter Gochichi was inspired to mess around with this glitch himself. Throwing the barrel at different times and at different coordinates, Gochichi exhausted every possibility in the level until he found this. This is Castle Crush Skip. By manipulating the right value, Gochichi found a way to bring the goalpost down from the top to right in front of him, skipping 2 minutes and 52 seconds off this incredibly long autoscroller. But this trick doesn't stop here. Later that same year, it was discovered that it was possible to get this invisible object, usually just called an invis, by clashing these beetle enemies together, or running into these clobber enemies while holding another object. By using this invis near a hidden bonus barrel on the stage, the invisible object grabs the bonus barrel and spawns it next to the player, but corrupts the barrel's data. Without a valid bonus game to send the player to, the bonus barrel warps the player to the overworld, but counts the stage as completed. This was aptly named wrong warping. Around September of 2010, J-runner Feast, Eastman, and Nori Vento had found wrong warps on the levels Slime Climb and Chain Link Chamber. Feast would be the first to implement these wrong warps, saving over a minute off his time.
So an invisible object can be used to move sprites around and or change values like IDs given to sprites. They change if you use an invisible object, and wrong warps happen when those warp barrels that are either moved or have their ID value changed with the invisible object. Those wrong warps happen when they have the ID 0, so that's when the magic happens. So like people have looked into it with like Lua scripts and whatever, and like that's how it's been figured out basically.
Using 2 more wrong warps on Hothead Hop and Mudhole Marsh, Feast achieved a time of 44:37 on January 1st, 2011, exactly 1 year to the date of his 49:40. 5 minutes of time saved in the span of 1 calendar year. At this time in the West, runners weren't even racing Any% yet. After 2 years of running the game, Feast decided to take a break and allow some other runners to share in the limelight. Rising to the occasion, 2011 would be dominated by a new wave of J runners. First, runner Shuton would get a 44:30 in February. Only a few days later, runner Kioro would crush that time with a 44:11. On February 13th, Shuton would tie that time, only for Kioro to save 11 seconds just 2 weeks later. By the end of February, another runner, Alice, was also contending for world record. These three runners would keep up the back and forth all the way through March before they take a bit of a break. Shuton and Alice would return to the DKC2 battlefield in August, with Shuton getting a 42:56 and Alice getting a 42:55 by the end of the month. Shuton and Alice would once again take another break after September. In their wake, runner Riz would close out the year with a 42:46 sometime before the end of 2011. One of these runners was making major strides. In fact, they were so good, people couldn't believe it. People were stumped by how they were achieving such crazy times. Well, in 2012, a video was published. Kioro stepped forward. He had something to tell the community. Alice is cheating, and here's how they're doing it. Alice was cleverly using the holes in the system to get away with murder. Let me explain. In Japan, before YouTube and Twitch caught on, people online congregated on Nico Video. While most features were locked behind a premium paywall, basic level users still had access to most of the major features, with a twist. Without paying the premium, users were restricted from streaming during peak hours, roughly 7 p.m. to 2 a.m., could only stream in 30-minute segments. After the 30 minutes were up, Nico would cut the connection, and runners would have to manually start a new session. During speedruns, J-runners would continue playing while the stream was offline, pausing the timer on the overworld map, and would start a new stream a few minutes later to resume. So how was Alice abusing this? During their stream downtime, while no one was watching, Alice would pause the timer and continue playing. Not for a long time, but enough to get quite a bit ahead of the competition. Since the leaderboard didn't require video proof, Alice never saved any of his streams, so none of his runs exist today. But if there were no eyes to catch him in the act, how did Alice get caught? Past broadcasts stay on Nico Video for 1 week, so while he didn't save any runs, Kioro could still analyze his footage. Kioro caught on that Alice was saving too much time in certain sections. But the smoking gun? Kioro lined up Alice's segments with the tasks of the game, and found that somehow, Alice was able to outpace the task, the fastest possible execution of a run, based on the timer alone. This was impossible. Alice was caught red-handed, and subsequently banned from the community and was expunged from the leaderboard. In January of 2012, runner Costella gets his 42:37, the same run that Cryptic Jackknife would discover. Riz would take the record back later in January, and wouldn't let go. Riz would start using 2 more wrong warps, these ones on Top Sail Trouble and Main Brace Mayhem, which are insanely hard to do and only save about 6 or 7 seconds if done optimally. Even still, the top J-runners were so skilled at the game, they needed every possible time save that they could find to keep pushing their times down. Leading the charge, Riz would continue pushing the game, saving a few seconds here and there over the rest of 2012, before he fizzled out. While there weren't a lot of new world records during this time, that doesn't mean the game was inactive. In fact, much like how the Western community discovered the Japanese community, in 2012, the Japanese runners found SRL. The Japanese era would come to an end when Drum got a 42:18 on January 19, 2013, the last time the J community held the record before the Westerners caught up. The sun was setting on the land of the rising sun, but there were players in the West set on their manifest destiny. Back on SRL, the racers now knew the potential of their speed game, but they'd have to decipher what they could from the Japanese. The English community tried to understand and adapt to what they were seeing in the runs from the J community.
It wasn't until probably like a couple weeks or stuff after we raced and we started actually kind of like wondering what was going on. But I would think the biggest thing that actually got us jump started was there was a video of Costella, and he had like a mid 42, and I think it was the second best run at the time. And we basically just copied everything from those videos. We had no explanations of them, but we tried to copy as much as we could. We probably knew pretty early, like early 2012, and we knew they were like miles ahead of us in understanding and in their times.
Following on blind faith, the SRL community did their best to follow along with the elite J runners. It took some doing, but after picking up the tricks, all that was left was to practice. Fortunately for them, they were building their own community around a racing website. Almost every single day from 2011 through 2013, there was a Donkey Kong Country 2 race. With multiple races every single week, runners were never away from the game for more than a few days. As they race every day, their community begins to grow. In the early days of SRL, people didn't care too much about what they were speedrunning, as long as they were speedrunning something. Converting the wanderers into true believers, the community began to add to their numbers. Runners such as Kipples, Reflected, The Juice, Twig, and Garrison started improving rapidly.
When I first joined, there weren't it was an IRC and there were sub-channels, but almost no one used sub-channels at that point. It was literally just like 100 people in one chat, and you would ask, hey, does anyone want to race DKC2? And someone would be like, yeah, I'm in. It eventually sequestered and there became, like a DKC channel and some other stuff. But it was a little more tight-knit back then, where of the 100 people on there, there were 50 active people, and you knew who most of those people were.
On occasion, top-level Japanese runners would drop in and show off their skill. On top of that, some Japanese runners would hang around the IRC and answer questions the best they could, like Sin and Tack Blossom. Since discovering the Japanese community and their strategies 2 years earlier, the community waited to see who would be the first to break through the barrier. On March 25th, 2013, Reflected put an end to the Japanese reign of dominance with a 41.57, which was a 42.16 in J timing, just beating out Drum by 2 seconds. As we mentioned earlier, Western timing starts on file select. Finally, after years of playing catch-up, the Western world was finally on the cutting edge. After finally reaching the top of the mountain, the Western community just stopped. Almost inexplicably, every race came to a screeching halt. A community that was racing almost every day for 2 years retired overnight after Reflected's world record run. Somehow, seeing how far ahead Reflected was from the rest of the community, the others lost all motivation to keep playing, as no one was able to keep up with Reflected.
After Reflected got the first world record that wasn't Japanese, the game kind of died. Like, no one was racing anymore. The summer of 2013, no one was racing. If you check on SRL, there's no races for Donkey 2. It goes from races every day to no races. And then it picks up again in fall 2013 with new runners come in, and like Christmas, for instance. But yeah, you didn't really have any competition because of that. The game was just dead after he got the record.
Reflected would get DKC2 accepted into Awesome Games Done Quick 2014, taking place in January. Oddly enough, Reflected didn't grind very hard before the event, instead waiting until he got home to really dive in again.
So, the way it happened when I joined the community, Ref was coming from his AGDQ 2014 run, where he didn't do very well, and I don't know if he wanted to make up for that or if he just was feeling like playing the game, because he wasn't grinding for PBs before AGDQ, which is strange because that's what people do normally to practice. But he waited after AGDQ to start doing attempts again, and he was just doing a practice run. Like, it was a DROS run, it wasn't expecting anything, and that was one of my first time watching Reflected stream, and he just got world record. It was a 41, I think 54. It was just on a practice run, and it was pretty amazing to watch, to be honest, because it was, I mean, he was like, oh, I'm rusty, I can't play, but he got the world record.
Whatever his motivations were, Reflected was back to running the game, this time with serious dedication. His efforts bear fruit with a pair of world records. Using a new small time saver found by Karahim called Ghetto B-Skip, Reflected got that 41.54 during a D-Rust run on January 15th, and then a 41.43 on January 20th, 2014. While Ref didn't have any competition for a while, that was all about to change. From the shadows, another runner, Claude, was quietly grinding away.
He was still like pushing the time down a little bit, but you know, you could never really get like the run that he wanted. I think Reflected out of 41-43, which was a pretty strong run for the time, but I don't think he was happy with it still. And that's where Claude came in, and that's when stuff started to get pretty crazy. Because Ref didn't really have any competition for a long time. I think it must have been over a year at that point.
After sufficiently sharpening his skills, Claude went for the world record, albeit ironically. The run in its current incarnation was becoming difficult to save time against, but Claude and Reflected were about to slug it out. Separating the two of them was an ideological difference. Reflected was running DKC2 on Virtual Console, which, because of its faster load times, saved 10 seconds over original hardware. Running the game on its fastest version made the most sense to him. In fact, it made sense to a lot of people, as a vast majority of the Western community ran on VC, even some J-runners like Riz. But not Claude. A console purist, Claude preferred to play on his Super Nintendo, as the game felt more responsive and was better to control. On the surface, Claude is a peak memer. He was speedrunning the game ironically, after all. If you take just a quick glance at his stream layout, you'll get the idea. However, beneath the surface was a runner who was dedicating time in the lab to find new strategies and time saves. Regardless of how he felt about running the game, what's important was he was pretty damn good at DKC2.
They're both kind of very similar in terms of they grinded a lot. Anyone who's in the top of any speedrun game, essentially they'll sit there and grind ILs. The biggest difference I would say is that Claude is more of a lab monster in terms of he would try and find new ideas or strategies. And I'd say Reflected was more of he knew what the best strategies were, either from Riz or from somebody else finding it, like Kipples or Claude, and he would execute. I don't know, they just put thousands and thousands of hours into the game.
Finally, in May, Claude would challenge Reflected. Claude finishes out a run in 41 minutes and 42 seconds, just 1 second faster than Reflected.
Well, that's world record.
With about a 10-second disadvantage from playing on the Super Nintendo version, Claude had to step up his game to take down his opponent. Picking up the controller to defend his title, Reflected fired back with his own 1-second world record just 10 days later. Claude managed to tie Reflected's 41-41 on the 17th, and then doubled down with another PB, netting himself a 41-39 just 3 days later.
I did it! 41 3x, Japanese 41. It's done. It's done.
Reflected answered back with a 41-36, this time with finality. Reflected had won the duel, for now.
Oh my god. So many runs, dude. So many runs lost. So many runs dropped to Toxic Tower. So much fucking time. I'm happy.
A few months passed with little world record activity. The rivalry between these two titans was still hot, but no record was obtained in the month of June. After such a long period without activity, the community was excited to see some action again. SRL finally saw some use again, and Claude and Reflected streams were hotspots for runners and spectators alike.
Just a grind. Because getting out of World 1 with a good time, with the strategies they're using, is, maybe 1 in 10 runs. Maybe. And then the game is just absolutely brutal from there on.
Oh yeah, it was. That was probably my best memories as far as the whole world record progression. Like, it's probably my favorite sort of era, because the back was so entertaining to watch, especially with one of them playing on Virtual Console, the other one playing on Super NES. There was this little, I guess, war, you could say. It was very entertaining.
I remember that time period too. So like Claw was on console and Reflected was on PC, and Claw was like pretty hellbent into staying on console and getting, I guess, the better run, which he did. And then yeah, they ended up trading the world record back and forth a lot. And that's also another thing that inspired me to pick the game up, watching them just go at it.
In July, runner and DKC scientist Quasti teased a video that simply said "Sick Wrong Warp" with a thumbnail the level Bramble Scramble. In a fever pitch, community members quickly clicked on the video, only to be let down. A bit of a jokester, Quasti baited the community with the idea of new tech. Oh Quasti, you card. But maybe feeling a bit guilty for his little prank, Quasti actually took a look at Bramble Scramble. Within a few hours, Quasti had actually found Bramble Scramble Wrong Warp. The race was back on. Now with a new Wrong Warp at their disposal, the rivalry was reignited. With a 55-second time save at their disposal, the top two runners had more fuel for the fire, resulting in a crazy month for DKC speedruns. The same day that Quasti posts the real video, Claude is already on it. A 9-second improvement, Claude secures a 41:27 on July 5th.
27.
Grab. Well earned.
Yep.
Alright, so we'll get world record tomorrow.
Krauser.
Alright.
The next 2 days, both runners get world record runs back to back. Reflected with a 41:14, Claude with a 41:01, Reflected again with a 40:59, only to be beaten by a 40:51 by Claude.
Alright, there you go. Improved it by 10 seconds. Ref, get 44x please tonight. And then I'll get a low 44x. And then before long we'll both be back to where we were before. There you go.
After this rapid fire round, things cooled down a little. Reflected would end the month of July with a 40:49. Most of the time save from the new Wrong Warp was now implemented, so it became increasingly difficult to get a record-paced run again. But the fight wasn't over. Claude would take the record back with a 40:45 in August, only for Reflected to wrestle it back a month later with a 40:39. Around this time, Reflected and Claude got DKC2 into Awesome Games Done Quick 2015 as a four-way race between them and other top runners Krauser and Dragon Ball Joseph. In preparation for the event, Claude dove back into DKC2 and came out with a new small time save. On Clapper's Cavern, Claude used a team throw to hit an invulnerability barrel from underneath, allowing him to barrel through a dangerous section with ease. Claude was grinding out PB attempts when he went on a pretty crazy run, and with solid gameplay and this new trick, he closed out 2014 with a 40:37 in December.
Well, what is there to say? Other than we did it! Oh, goddamn! We fucking did it. Pog fucking champion.
Reflected had started 2014 by getting a world record of 41:54. Now, at the end of the year, Claude has a world record 1 minute and 17 seconds faster. Finally, Awesome Games Done Quick 2015 comes around in early January. At the event, Krauser's game crashes after the World 5 boss fight, and he's forced to resign. Claude and Joseph, however, stay neck and neck throughout the entire race, where Joseph narrowly edges out the victory by a few seconds. Overall, a great performance from all involved.
And time. Nice finishing pose.
After this run, the four racers signed a pact. This was the end of the road. After 2 years of non-stop grinding the game, these Kongs had taken their toll. All four runners agreed to never again touch DKC2, vowing to retire from speedrunning the game for the rest of their lives. To our knowledge, 3 of the 4 have kept their promise. It was literally the end of an era. 4 of the top runners just dropped the game. Who would pick up the mantle? Who would fill the void? Claude and Reflected were both talented runners. They even had the dedication to pour all of their free time into the game, squeezing out another minute and a half of time save from an already optimized game. It was time for a new era of runners to rise up, and at the head of the new guard was Void.
So I started learning Donkey 2 summer of 2014. Back then I didn't really know if I wanted to like take speedrunning as seriously as I ended up taking it, so I was mostly like learning stuff and practicing on emulator and like not really feeling like doing a run. And then I ended up actually finishing learning the game in December of that year after watching the world record live at the time. It was Claude. So Claude, I saw live get a 40:37, and that was pretty much the run that inspired me to finish learning DKC2 and start doing runs.
Starting in April of 2015, Void started streaming his attempts as he worked on improving the efforts of Claude and Reflected. It was a long road, but Void was determined to get to the top.
Yeah, I mean, when he was first starting, like when he got the first 40:35, he struggled a lot. It wasn't easy. I mean, when Void appeared on the scene, he was already really good. He already like had a offline 41. So everyone was like, "Who is this guy?" But like, he has a 41 already. He's playing really good. A lot of people were joking that it was Claude's alt. It was an alt account for Claude. It turns out that he had just been playing a lot offline, so when he appeared, he was already probably top 10 in skill before his first stream. So yeah, he really took the game by storm, but it took him a long time to get his first record. Like, he would take runs really deep, and he would choke them. Obviously nowadays, he kind of cakes records now. Doesn't take him very long, but his first record, he really worked hard for it. He had to grind a lot.
Because he didn't have the equipment to record or stream his attempts, Void had been secretly grinding the game since January of 2015. When he finally appeared on Twitch in April with a 41:06, the community couldn't believe it was true. Ignoring the rumors of being an alternative account of Claude's, Void pushed himself to the front of the pack. With a little help from a new goal-swapping optimization on Gusty Glade, Void would get a 40:35 on June 29th, 2015, a 2-second improvement on the long-standing record.
I did it. I did it. This run sucks, dude. Oh, whatever, dude.
Void wasn't done with the game, but he turned his attention to the 102% category, which was largely unoptimized and abandoned. Any percent would have to wait until Void was satisfied elsewhere. In April 2016, Void, who is now an undisputed Donkey King, returned to any percent and got a 40:24 in short order. In the fall of 2016, it was announced that there would be a DKC2 any percent tournament. Interest was high, and the tournament got underway in November with 57 entrants, a massive turnout by any measure. One of these entrants was a newer runner named Kryptonberry. Krypton didn't plan to keep running after his initial attempts, but the allure of the tournament was too great. Continuing to hone his craft, he practiced incessantly in preparation for the tournament.
I think the tournament in 2016 really opened the doors for more introduction to the community. More introduction to the community, I should say. Discord was just starting back then, and the DKC community was just organizing, and we were just getting to know each other. And this tournament really helped attract a lot of new people, people that were influenced by the runners in the tournament. We saw a lot of people rise up and get better so fast throughout the tournament too. Kryptonberry was one of them. Otterlynx, Canis, Kipples. I mean, we raced every day for ad nauseum just to stay in shape. There's just so much to say about that. It was really a surreal time because we were really the first ones to really bring DKC into the public, I think, aside from the GDQ runs, obviously. But the ones that really sort of put us out there, I guess, was the tournament. That's when the Discord kind of blew up.
During the tournament frenzy, Void gets a daunting 40:17 on December 26th. This run had perfect RNG, with the fastest cycles on World 1 and World 5 boss fights. On top of that, Void used a few new tricks to save him some time, like a faster team throw double jump on Ramby Rumble called the Via Boy, and a fanfare skip on Screech's Sprint. This new PB put Void way ahead of the other runners, cementing his lead during the big tournament. As the tournament continued into 2017, the pack was being thinned out. One thing to note though, Kryptonberry was still hanging in there. He was able to take games off of Peachy, Christmas, and Kipples. Although he had only begun running the game in late 2016, his practice and determination paid off. Krypton had established his place as a top runner in the tournament, winding up with a respectable 4th place finish. Void tore through winner's bracket, making it all the way to the finals. The world record holder was going to face his greatest challenge yet. This undisputed Donkey King was going up against a Donkey God, the OG legend Feast. Feast might not have held the world record since 2011, but his skills were as sharp as ever. The grandfather of DKC Speedrun stood his ground against Void and sent him to the loser's bracket. The two would meet again in grand finals, but the result would be the same. Feast knocked off Void once more to claim victory in the first ever DKC2 Any% tournament. The tournament had lasted for 4 months, coming to an end in February 2017. The community had donkey fatigue, and as such, many runners put the game down for a while. It wasn't until the Japanese revealed a new technique that they had been studying that interest would be renewed. That technique? Cutlass wrong work. The Japanese community had discovered a new wrong warp on the bonus level Fiery Furnace. It's a level in World 8, which is unlocked after completing the game. It wasn't particularly useful for Any%. However, it showed off another way to set up a wrong warp. Essentially, due to a coding mistake, by taking damage from one of these Cutlass enemies and then quickly jumping into a barrel, the game triggers a failsafe which ends the level. The actual technical explanation is really complicated, and not a lot of people really understand it, but the steps to perform it aren't too hard. Void reported back to the Western community on their findings, and the DKC scientists went back to the lab to see if it could be used in Any%. Within 24 hours, scientist Amarada Kondo applied this knowledge on Crockhead Clamber and found a working setup. This setup had a 2-frame window to perform the warp, so most runners were afraid to go for it, but not Void.
When Crackwarp got discovered, I think I did runs that day, like the whole day, and I was on a run at some point, and I was in like World 4, and at the end of World 4, and people were telling me, oh, like, drop that run, like a new setup got discovered, and was like, apparently like a really good setup, but like I ended up finishing that run, got a 40-11, and I ended up never recording that run, but it should be in the world record progression.
While Void was doing attempts with the 2-frame setup, Japanese runners Kioro and Taipsuki had found a new setup that was faster and easier than the one Void was using. Within the next few days, Void would get a 40.06 and then a 39.59, the first sub-40, on March 15th. Void wanted to keep running the game, but eventually put it down to run DKC 1. Void could rest easy, knowing his record was secure. Second place runner on the leaderboard at this time was DG's, who was taking a break from the game following the tournament. Waffle42, however, who had beaten Kryptonberry in the tournament to take 3rd place, was making major strides and was inching closer to the world record. In early April, he was on a run that was on world record pace. This run could go the distance, but the pressure was mounting. Missing the world record by 4 seconds, Waffle moved up to 2nd place on the leaderboard with a 40.03. Seeing how close Waffle was to taking the world record would be enough to get Void to go back to DKC 2. Void wasted little time to widen the gap and further cement his lead. On April 7th, Void lowered the world record down to a 39.49, a 10-second...
Yo, Gamma Gang! Gamma fucking Gang! Yo, let's go! Let's go, yo! Let's go! Gamma Gang, yo! Let's go, yo! Gamma Gang, yo! Let's go! Our third event Gamma Gleam. Our third Gamma Mocha Bee, dog. Oh my god, yo. Our third Gamma event Mocha Bee, yo. Let's go, yo. Let's go, yo. Yo, that wisp is like translucent white. That is pretty sexy, yo. Let's go ahead and put him to sleep, yo. Go to sleep. Yo, let's get it, bros. I had 37 seconds left to boost. I had 37 seconds of boost left, yo. Let's go, yo. No, I had a minute 37 left. I have a minute left now. Let's go. Imagine it being pure smart. Oh, it's Brawny Clumsy. Rip. Big rip. But it's all good. It's not like I ain't got a few more of them. Let's go check this thing out. Yo, look at all these event gleams, bro. Where's Gamma Gang at? Where's Gamma Gang, bro? Yo, check this out. Oh, I wish I could have got the other variant, then I would have all of them. Alright, Event Gamma, Pure Nimble. Event Gamma, Pure Smart. And now a Brawny one. I got a Nimble, a Brawny, and a Smart Gamma Event Mocha-Bee. That's the entire evolution line, Gamma line. I'll keep this one, baby. I'll make this one right here go into the middle form, and this one go into Moko. Let's go, yo. Entire Gamma event evolution line. Let's go, bros. $650 encounters, which is about right since my odds are 1 in 640. $650 encounters to get one Gamma today. We usually have like 2 or 3 Gammas by this point, but hey, I'll take what I can get, yo. Yo, I see Fear, bro. I didn't even see you in chat, dude. What's up, man? What up? I see Fear, bro. What's up, dude? What's up? Capitals, I'm better than you. What's up, Osman? Eat us your fetus. Yo, sorry, I've been kind of ignoring chat. I'm just kind of chilling today. I'm just kind of chilling. Playing the game. Watching this, like, retrospective series. Yeah, I mean, you can offer for it, bro. I don't know if I'm going to accept your offer or not. If you offer me rare gammas, I'm a huge fan of rare gammas. We are Gamma Gang, bro. Hook me up with some rare gammas. My dude. Yeah, I will be right back, guys. I'll be right back. BRB. Yo, to the guys who are raiding me, Midnight Raid, what is going on, Midnight? What is up, guys? I don't know who Midnight is, but rush over to that guy's channel and like and subscribe all of his videos. Go through his entire channel and like every video he's ever made and subscribe. And then tell all of your friends to subscribe. Midnight Raid, Poggers. Poggers, Midnight Raid. Everybody go like and subscribe to Midnight right now. Go do it. Turn off my stream, quit watching me, and rush over to Midnight Raid and like and subscribe Midnight Raid, guys. Everybody rush over to Midnight and like and subscribe. Yo, dude, thanks for the raid, broski. Thanks for the raid, brother. Thanks, bro. Thanks for the raid. Everybody rush over to Midnight's page and like and subscribe. Like every single video Midnight has ever made and produced. And then subscribe. And then go tell all of your friends to subscribe to Midnight. Let's try to get Midnight up to 500 billion subs, guys. Let's get Midnight up to 500 billion subs by the end of the month, guys. Yo, thanks for the raid, yo. Much appreciated, fam. I hope you guys come back. So, if you're just now tuning in to my live stream, my name is Alex Poucher. This is Alex Poucher Gaming. The channel used to be Loomian Legacy HQ, but I recently renamed it to Alex Poucher Gaming. And what I am doing right now is gamma farming the new event Loomians. If you want to see what we've caught today, we caught a whole box of event gleams. And we have caught, what did we catch? What else? We caught this event gamma, pure nimble, pure sexy. We caught this event gamma, brawny, pure sexy. And we caught this one, pure smart. The trifecta. We got the trifecta of gamma event Mokabees. Let's go, gang. And now we are hunting more. And if you guys are bored and you guys want to come gamma farm with me, I welcome everybody to come hunt with me. I would love to hunt with you guys. I hope we all get those gammas. I hope we all get those sexy gammas, guys. And once again, I love you, Midnight. I love you so much, Midnight. Thank you for the raid, yo. I will raid you. I will raid you in return. I promise. Yo, Midnight is a girl? That's a lie. There are no girls on the internet, yo. We just talked about this yesterday. Yo, so what's up, Oof? What's up, Capitals? What's up, that frog's a dog? What is up, Random? What's up, Midnight? Once again, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated, fam. I appreciate the raid, thank you. Yeah, what is a girl, by the way? Someone said Midnight is a girl. What is a girl? Hang on, I'm gonna have to... Hang on. Hey, Google? Hey, Siri? What is a girl? You don't know? Yeah. I'm not really sure what a girl is, yo. What is that? If anybody knows what that is, please hit me up in my DMs. I'm so confused. A girl? Don't we all have pronouns? We all have pronouns, don't we, technically? Yo, Midnight. I don't know if you can see this, Midnight. I heart you, Midnight. Thank you. Yo, I was just about to end. I was thinking about ending. Oh no, I can't end my stream yet. I got 33 minutes. Then I end it. I'm gonna end my stream after this boost token runs out. But Midnight, if Midnight is still here, if Midnight is still with us, subscribe to my channel, Midnight, so I remember you. And I'll subscribe to your channel, and then like tomorrow or something, if you're streaming, I'll raid you back. I will raid you in return. Midnight just made my day. Midnight just made my whole day. I was having a bad day until Midnight showed up. And friends, Midnight and friends, Chacky Simp. Who else? Stinky Peasant, Miles Chin. Oh my god, a lot of new names I've never seen before. What's up, guys? I hope you, now that you've come to my channel, you should have a look at my recent video uploads. I upload a new Loomian Legacy video every single day. You should check them out. Maybe you'll like the videos, and maybe you'll come back for more. Be sure to hit that bell icon so you can be notified of our daily giveaways and our daily live streams. Also, be sure to check out our Discord server, awesome Loomian Legacy trade server and community over there. Also, be sure to join my Roblox group. We have awesome Loomian Legacy clothing available for your sexy avatars. Also, that Gamma Gang merch is about to drop next week. The boys get the hoodies, the girls get the bikini bottoms. You know how we do it, fam. Alt. Alright, yo. Have a good one. Thanks again, Midnight, for the raid. I love you long time. I love you long time, yo. Actually, guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I've been streaming for a long time now, like 4 hours or so. So let's raid somebody first, yo. Let me find somebody to raid. Let me find somebody to raid real fast. Hang on. There's quite a few people right now streaming. But let's go with... Who is this guy? Alright, here we go. Alright, everybody. Everybody go to this URL. We are going to raid the person called Flypoint. Right here. Everybody go there, tell them Alex Poucher Gaming Raid. Alex Poucher Gaming Raid, let's go. Alright guys, awesome. Okay, where's mine at? Alright, where is this at? We're just gonna close that right there. Yo, where are you guys at? Okay guys, so guys, I think that is going to do it for today. We've been streaming for like, I don't know, like 6 hours or so, 6.5 hours or something it feels like. So okay guys, I'll be streaming again at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow Central Time, like I do every morning. Also there will be a new video upload at 9 a.m. Also, if you haven't checked out all the new videos we uploaded today, be sure to do that. If you're not part of my Discord server, if you want to become part of my Discord server, the link is in the description below this video. There's also a chat command, Discord. If you want to add me, you can go ahead and add me. I hope to see all of you guys again tomorrow, midnight, if you're listening. Thank you for the raid earlier. Much appreciated, fam. I will sub to your channel. So yeah guys, we caught a bunch of cool stuff today. We caught 5 alpha event gleams. We caught 1 gamma event gleam, 4 roamings, a couple corrupts. We had a really good haul today. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. It means a lot that you choose to spend some of your day with me. So I appreciate all of you. I love all of you, and I will see all of you again tomorrow. Peace out, y'all.